little glint in his hungry eyes. Little king of the parking lot, dragging home another prize. Tactical tail, twitching fast. He's got clips on every branch. If it flips, if it locks, if it lasts, he's the rodent of the EDC clan. He's the EDC Squirrel, stashed in the bark. Blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the curb to the cul-de-sac, rod sharpen your wits end.
Protect your nuts!
Protect your nuts!
Protect your nuts!
Tiny terror in the tree line cuts. He'll drop from a power line, show you what's riding his hip. Thumb stud flipper, front flick spine. He lives for that perfect click, spreading word to the backyard crew. Check this edge, feel that grind. Every acorn, every review, carved with a steel tooth mine. He's the EDC Squirrel, stashed in the bark. Blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the curb to the cul-de-sac, rod sharpen your wits end.
Protect your nuts!
Protect your nuts!
Protect your nuts!
Tiny terror in the tree line cuts. Climb high, tree line thrown in the storm. Cold bite, metal heart staying warm. If you mess with a scribe or his heart, you'll hear one battle cry roar.
From the brush! Protect your... Protect your... Protect your nuts! Protect your nuts!
He's the EDC Squirrel, stashed in the bark. Blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the mail call crate to the gutter front rod, sharpen your wits end.
Protect your nuts!
Protect your nuts.
Protect your nuts!
A little legend with the pocket cut guts.
It's EDC Squirrel. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's having a great Saturday. It's that time again for Saturday Night Chat, and I'm going to be doing something special. It's been a little while since I've done it. Going to be customizing a case knife. Going to be torching one today. I'm really excited, a little apprehensive, but I can't wait to get started. How's everybody doing? Hey, David, glad you could make it. Anybody lurking about? Come say hi. Let's see here. So, been a hell of a busy week. I've been, I don't have, like I said, a lot of my knife purchases have been kind of admittedly slowing down because A, money. B, it's just been really busy. Fortunately, I've been able to get my hands on quite a few things, and I just realized I'm missing one of those things. Where the hell did it go? Uh-oh. I am missing a knife. How the hell did I end up missing a knife? Where did I put that one? Gosh darn it. I put it somewhere. There it is. Okay. I was getting worried there for a minute. I was missing one of my knives. Anyway, what was I saying again? It's been a busy week. Let's just put it that way. It's been a busy week. Hey, Big Mark. Hey, Sugalnug. I hope I'm saying your name right. I'm echoing. Why am I... Oh, no. Oh, I had two mics on for some odd reason. Okay, is that better? That's weird that it would echo. I just thought it would be, like, super loud. Okay, that much. Hopefully that's better. Oh, the coffee. Okay, as I was saying, busy week. Don't have too many. I have some stuff coming in next week. Don't have a lot of knives this week. In fact, the majority of the knives I got this week were all traditional knives. I have one modern style knife and one or actually two exclusives to show you. I accidentally had my desktop mic on. Much better. Thought you were no, I wasn't trying to do that on purpose. So my apologies. Okay, so let's get started. First thing I'd like to do is generally just get just show you some of the new stuff I got last week and get that kind of out of the way. Like I said, the majority of knives that I got this week were from case. I like to collect traditional case knives, and we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4 of them in. Let's see here. And technically one of them is one we're going to be burning. I'll save that for probably last. First one that I got, these are all, with the exception of one of these, 2 of these. Crap. I can't remember. Okay, well, these I know are I got from Whatnot. These are from a seller named Chasing Blades. The first one I'm pulling out here, this is going to be what do they call this? An old red bone smooth small Texas toothpick. They love their long names. Hey, lion, not a sheep. How you doing? Dan Stan, glad you can make it. Just doing a little show and tell. Some of the new stuff that I got this week. This is a smooth red bone small toothpick. I don't really collect a lot of toothpicks, but I just really liked, if we can focus on this, I really liked the color of this one. It almost reminds me of like their antique bone or the chestnut bone, except they call it an old red bone. And normally I don't collect too many red knives, but this one just looked really, really classy. I just love the color of this one. It was called a small toothpick. That's the name of the pattern. This one was, I don't know the year on this one. I'm not great at deciphering the dots yet. This was born back in December of 22. I don't know if I haven't seen them, so I don't know if they make this pattern with this combination of color, the smooth red bone, anymore. At least I don't really see them. So it's quite possible that this is one that's that's no longer being made. Enjoying your day off, was actually closing your eyes to catch up on some sleep, and then got a notification. Well, thank you for stopping by and saying hello. Really appreciate it. What EDC pouches do I use? Oh, there's a question. I don't normally use a lot of EDC. There's one that I will toss in a pocket now and then, depending on what I'm wearing, and whether it's winter or summer or whatever. And that's this one here. It was just kind of a random one I got from Amazon. I don't have the name. I'll have to dig around. But I can't take this thing off. Hold on a second. It's a random pouch that I got on Amazon. I forgot the name of this. It's a little dusty. It was sitting under my desk. It's actually really dusty. And I have a pen in there now. I had a spot where I could put a notebook, like a field notebook. If you're wondering what that looks like this. Spot for a field notebook. I could put a pocket knife in there. I've got some, I forgot what you call that, mole, webbing, strap, whatever. And enough space for a few other things. You got a zipper pouch in the back. There's the brand name, Viperade. Because you're looking at different pouches. But, I mean, this is the closest thing to a pouch that I would carry. And usually what I would do is this is just big enough or small enough to go like right in a pocket. And so that way it's kind of like a pocket organizer in a way. And it also has these loops that, like what I did, I just tossed it back here and I don't know what I did with it. My chair is squeaking. There it is. I actually made a paracord, like an adjustable paracord lanyard, if I wanted to wear it around my neck. Like if I didn't really have pockets, I can use this around my neck. But that's what I'd use as far as like a pouch. Otherwise, normally I just stuff everything in my pocket. Yeah, you spent way too much money before. I spent way too much, and you'll see why in a second. Well, that's the smooth red bone small toothpick. The other one I got from Chasing Blades on Whatnot. This one, I have been loving these since they came out, and I've been snatching up anyone that I can get a chance at snatching up. I snatch them up. Provided I'm not going to be provided I can still get it at least at retail, because these tend to sell out really fast, and they tend to be kind of hard to find. And it's one of the 2 new patterns that Case came out with this year. You have the Cheetah Cub, and you have the Case axe handle. I have some Cheetah Cubs, but the Case axe handles have become a favorite of mine, and they sell out really, really fast. And interestingly enough, they now are including Case stickers with some of their knives. Obviously the newer ones. This one is a Case axe handle. I've got a few of these already. This is my first one in green gator jig bone. And I've been really liking these axe handles. It's just a great size. I like the fact that they have a half stop. The green gator jig is also new for 2026. So you have the axe handle itself being new. You have the color, the jig new for, the green gator jig new for 2026. And I'm just really impressed with these knives, and their finishing seems to have been getting better. I haven't, like, this one's razor freaking sharp, and I haven't done anything with this thing yet. I haven't oiled it or anything. I haven't even cleaned it out. I do open these when I get them just to make sure. Well, this one's even really well centered. I do open these when I get them just to make sure that, like, I'm not looking at a knife that's got cracks or anything like that, or it's just completely ridiculously bad out of the box. I haven't had to do anything. Usually, at least with some of the older Case knives that I've gotten, and well, maybe not older, but some of the Case knives that I've gotten between, like, say 24, 25, they've all come with kind of a small burr on them, and I've had to, like, remove the burr or hone it or what have you. And it's not a big deal because it's easy to do. But these last few knives that I've been getting, the ones especially like the axe handles, the Cheetah Cubs, they seem to be doing a little better job of having a nice out of the box edge to them without having to really do any work. I had one that had like a burr towards the point, but again, very easy to remove. And once you remove that burr, they're like razor sharp. But I always question why they would even leave the burr on there and not just remove it before shipping. What happened to the 20 billion microfiber cleaning cloths that I know I have around here? They're like everywhere. I keep forgetting to take them out before my show, so I can wipe the fingerprints off. But yeah, really love this new color. Really love the jigging. I like the axe handles because I like the size of the blade. The shape of the handle is actually pretty nice. You wouldn't think it's it's not like a insanely wild shape or anything like that, but it just fits in the hand really well. You got a little bit of a lip here that just seems to aid with grip. And I just really, really like them. Good size, a lot of material, like in terms of bone in there. And not terribly expensive, all things considered, in comparison to a lot of the other knives I see from Case. You bought the very last Gecko Custom Squirrel V2 with the black pearl inlays on WMK the other night, so you're out of play funds. Oh, yeah. That's a gecko. That's a watch. Okay, so that's a watch. I thought that sounded familiar. I'm not. Okay, I'm going to tell you something. I'm not into watches. Well, scratch that. I would be into watches. The only problem is I've never had a watch survive. And it's nothing against QC of any watchmaker or anything like that. For some odd reason, I always seem to find a way to break the watch, or it will just literally die on me. I have like an anti-watch aura. The longest watch I've had, longest lasting watch I had was a Samsung smartwatch. And the only reason why that even lasted was because I had like a plastic protector. I had a screen protector on it. I had this one protector around it, so even if it fell, it would never touch the screen, supposedly. And that lasted the longest for like maybe a couple years. And then it just simply died. It would not take a charge anymore. It wouldn't do anything anymore. And the funny thing is I bought my girlfriend the same watch. Hers is still going strong. I don't know. I have an anti-watch aura. I even had a watch that it was a wristwatch that was like a pocket watch where it had a metal cover that would snap over it. You know, to read it, you'd have to open the cover, look at the face, then you can close it again. I figured nothing can get to that watch since I had a hard metal cover on it. It still managed to break. I don't get it. I don't get it. I have an anti-watch aura. I just got to give up on watches. Otherwise, I would really love to have a nice watch. It's just I can't fathom spending money on a good watch. And that watch that I told you that I had the metal. I can't remember which one or who the maker was. I just know it was like close to $200. But I can't fathom spending that much money for something that I know is probably not going to last me a year and is going to die from some reason, whatever. I give up on watches. The Samsung was the last one I bought, and it was the longest lasting one, and it still just decided to go kaput. The next couple that I'm going to show you, let's see, how am I going to do this? Let's do this one. This one is also a case axe handle. This one I was very lucky to get. This one is not from Whatnot. It's not from Chasing Blades. I actually got this from SMK. The reason why this one is very special is because this was an exclusive from SMK. And if you know Smoky Mountain Knife Works, SMKW, they have a number of exclusives. Their case exclusives tend to be their best-selling ones, and their quicker-selling ones. They're limited, so that you have a limited amount, a special color you can't get anywhere else. And the two exclusives that I've seen generally that SMKW works with with case is you have the peanut butter and jelly. That's not out yet. And then you have the Sea Dragon. I managed to get my hands on a burnt Sea Dragon bone corn cob jig case axe handle. So again, an SMK exclusive, limited color. And the crazy thing about this is this went for sale on their website on Wednesday at 9 a.m. my time, if I remember correctly. And I hopped onto it, nabbed one as fast as I could because these sold out in just under 2 minutes. Now, I don't know how many they made. I know they're a very limited number. I couldn't tell you how many. Probably, I don't know. I know that they hang on to a few of them and then they'll sell them on auction on Whatnot. Maybe they'll save a few for their physical store. But online, these sold out in under 2 minutes. I managed to get one just this last Wednesday. And this is what a Sea Dragon looks like. Now, again, this is a case axe handle. All right, case Sea Dragon axe handle, corn cob jig. You got a little burn there. Not a whole lot of burn on the badge side or the shield side. Bit more on the PAL side here. But this is the Sea Dragon. The next one they're coming out with is going to be the peanut butter and jelly. I expect that to sell out just as quick, if not quicker. I know a lot of people were actually very upset when they were trying to get these. I'm like sitting here. I'm like eating breakfast. It turns to 9 o'clock. I'm one-handed clicking through, throw it in the cart, trying to buy it, bought it. I'm like, okay, not too bad, not a bad experience. Was able to snag one. I get online later and people are having a fit because, oh, the website crashed on me. I had it in my cart and then somebody still managed to, take it out of my cart. And I'm hearing crazy stuff. And then SMKW is talking about it on their auctions, how they sold in like 1.42 minutes and they were sold out. So the fact that I was even able to get my hands on one of these, pretty amazing. Now, when these went for sale on the website, these were going for $99. That was the retail cost. That's how much they run if you were able to get them on the website. To give you an idea of how crazy some of these are, and I know the peanut butter and jellies are just as popular, if not more popular. They did hold on to a few of them on auction, and so I went on Whatnot and I caught SMKW's live show, and now, before anybody says like SMKW is getting greedy, it's not SMKW. They started an auction on one of these for $1. That was the auction start. Okay. SMKW started at $1. People drove these knives up. Another knife, they started selling for about, I think average cost was $300. For one of these. They ended up selling them for about $300 because people were nuts over them. So I managed to snag one for retail cost at $100. They're going on auction for $300. That's pretty damn crazy. It's really crazy. But there you go. I hope I'm going to have my fingers crossed. I can grab myself a peanut butter and jelly. I would really love to get one of those. This is my first Sea Dragon. I know they have other patterns in the same Sea Dragon colors. So I was really happy to get that since I don't have any other Sea Dragons. Let's see here. Okay. Let me fix something here real quick. All right. So that was one hell of a snag. I didn't even think it was going to be, it was something that was going to sell out that fast. I'm just lucky I managed to get it, considering like how pissed off a lot of people have been trying to get their hands on one. Oh, yep. And I do have a case sticker in there. Cool. Okay. I do have one more exclusive. This one's a little different. This one is from Chasing Blades. I don't have a box because I was able to get a hold of this before they even finished making the boxes for these. They do have the boxes. They're shipping a box out to me. I mean, I don't really need the box because I'm not one to resell or anything. But this one is an exclusive that Chasing Blades had made. And they made it in conjunction with Texan Knives. Texan Knives is a knife manufacturer in Texas, not terribly far away from Chasing Blades. They came out with an exclusive Chasing Blades trapper. They have different ones. They have trappers. They have Barlows. They have single blade trappers. I believe they came out with muskrat patterns. This one happens to be a red bone trapper with Damascus. I got the scroll work there. just a gorgeous, in my opinion, a really gorgeous red bone. A lot of milk in this red bone, copper bolsters, and they come in, I'd like to say, what was the number? 416 layers of Damascus. Now, it's a little harder to see Chasing Blades logo because of the Damascus, but it's there. These are limited to 500. They came out with a red bone, and they came out with a blue bone. And they have them in different... They have them in different steels. I chose to get one in Damascus. They have carbon steels. They have stainless steels. But they're limited to 500. That Texan Blades made for them, but this is Chasing Blades' own exclusive knife. Excuse me. And like I said, they came out in different patterns. I opted for the Trapper. I just liked the color of this red for some odd reason. It just really came out to me. Scroll work for the backside, the springs. They also have a mid stop, which you don't normally see too much in full size trappers. You got your secondary spade blade. And like I said, I believe they were limited to 500. I think it says there. Is it on the other side? Yeah, limited 1 of 500. And it is a true Damascus, 416 layers. Pretty darn cool. I was really excited to be able to get one of their exclusives. And I actually have another one of their exclusives coming my way that they did in blue. However, it's hard to describe. It'll be here next week, but these are gator jig, similar to the green bone gator jig. So it's red gator jig bone. But what they did is they took a blue one and they toasted it, what I'm going to be doing to another knife. And what happened with that bone after it got toasted, I can't describe. I just think it looks absolutely gorgeous. And oh no, I don't think it won't be. I won't get it for like another 2 weeks. So I'll have it probably in about 2 weeks, not 1 week. But I don't know. The red bone just looked absolutely gorgeous to me. Hey, you cluster duck. Hey, no problem. No worries, cluster duck. I'll let you same time as usual. I'll let you up as soon as I'm available. But yeah, again, this is an exclusive from Chasing Blades. So their very own exclusive. Very excited to get that. I believe their exclusives are running for about I'm going to say 150, roughly about 150. I can't remember the exact cost on these. Again, I don't have the box because I got mine. I was able to get mine from them before they even finished with the boxes. So me and one other guy got really lucky. Okay, now the last one I got from Chasing Blades. I like doing all the traditionals first. I don't know why it just started that way. This is the last one I got from Chasing Blades. This is a new one for this year in regards to the color. You've seen this color before. However, the pattern is a Sodbuster Junior, which is a single-bladed slip joint. But the color, Tequila Sunrise, is new for this year. It's a nice orange with a little yellow highlight color done in bone. I believe this is a peach seed jig. Or no, that's the Crandall jig. I'm sorry. I have a little trouble remembering what jig is what. Excuse me in the coffin. Hey, Metal Relic. How you doing? But this is a Tequila Sunrise. This is a Sodbuster Junior single blade, as you can see there. This one is going to be the one I'm burning today. So we're going to customize this guy. I really like this. I'm a little apprehensive because I do like the Tequila Sunrise. I have a couple Tequila Sunrises other than the Sodbuster Junior, but I didn't want to burn any of those. I wanted to try my test on a Sodbuster Junior before I decided if I wanted to try burning like a Trapper or a Sow Belly or anything like that. So we are going to do a burn on this one today, and you'll get to see how I do that and what I go through. So I haven't done any oiling or anything to this one. I wanted it to be as dry and, pretty much as dry as possible. And we are going to burn this one today. And that one was from Chasing Blades. Really hard to get. The Tequila Sunrise colors, I've been noticing, have been... They sell out really fast. As soon as Chasing Blades comes out with them, they don't last more than a show. Usually somebody snaps them up really fast. Same thing with other sellers. The Tequila Sunrises have just been super popular. Combine that with getting a Tequila Sunrise in like an axe handle, and it's like good luck, unless you happen to know somebody. Okay. Now, the last new knife I got this last week, this one was a massive surprise. This is a modern knife, and I don't know how you guys feel about these, because some people, it's like a love-hate relationship with this knife, or at least this manufacturer. Overall, I think the majority of people that I know really, really like these knives. I myself am a very big fan of these knives. But usually the people that I know aren't too fond of them. It's due to looks. They like prettier things. And the knife I'm talking about, I have two already. This one is the Ontario Rat. This is my Model 1. This is just done in AUS 10A steel. Oh, no, I'm sorry, AUS 8 steel. This is their Model 1. I forgot the length of the blade on this one, but it's their larger one. Super, super popular knife. Very great hard use knife. It is a liner lock, but they're built really well. Ergonomically, I think they're fantastic. Got a little ramp up back here. Excuse me. It fits really well in the hand. Their liner lock engages nice and solid. Build quality on these have been fantastic. The only thing with the Rat Model 1 is it tends to be a little larger than I generally carry. So looking around, I ended up picking up a Rat Model 2. Perfect size, same blade profile, shape, everything, except just in a smaller package. Okay, but also AUS 8 steel. These are probably some of the best knives, in my opinion, that you can get for like under, I think they're like under $40 or around $40. So they're not expensive knives, but I think they're absolutely fantastic knives, hard use knives. They work on washers, so even if you drop them in muddy water or something, or in the mud, they still work. They still perform. It's a solid lockup, even though I know some people are like, it's a liner lock. It's a solid liner lock. They do a good job with their liner locks. Doesn't like just partially get under the blade, doesn't over travel under the blade. It sits really well in there, gets a great lockup, and it's been consistent with these two that I've got and others that I've seen. Now, the only thing about these is the AUS 8 steel, a lot of people tend to scoff at. Okay. However, I picked up, Lion knows what I'm talking about. I managed to get my hands on a 1.5. This is a Rat Model 1.5. And like he was saying, what makes this one absolutely awesome is it comes in Magna Cut steel. Now, Magna Cut steel, I don't want to sound like a knife snob or anything, but it is my favorite knife steel, specifically because I like the traits of the steel. Good edge retention, good edge, wear resistance, toughness, excellent corrosion resistance, etc., etc., etc. The great thing about Magna Cut is it's at a high level at all those traits. And not only that, it's a great size, being right in between the Model 1 and the Model 2. As you can see there, fits right in between there. Kind of makes sense, seeing as it's a 1.5, if you know what I mean. But again, with a huge upgrade in the steel, we have Ontario Knife Co. Taiwan on one side of the blade, and then you can see MagnaCut towards the pivot, model 1.5. Again, same ergonomics, same great comfortable hold, same profile. I'm going to have to do the same thing, though, because I don't like the position of the pocket clip. Thankfully, they have a 4-position pocket clip, so I can position it the way I like. The way I'll just move it over here, and so that way I can have a tip-up pocket carry, right-hand pocket carry. Nice solid lockup on this. And the crazy part is it's in MagnaCut, and it's still under $100. Under $100 for, yeah, exactly. This 1.5 of MagnaCut for under $100 is insane. Not only that, okay, because a lot of times, when you get much lower prices with what sounds like premium materials, you start to get some red flags that get thrown up. Like, for example, that HX Outdoors, which I'm still waiting for somebody to test, by the way. I'm still waiting for them to test that blade. But MagnaCut, under $100, Steel Hardness Labs tested this thing. And if you recall what Steel Hardness Labs is it's a website. It's a database. Excuse my cough. I'm sorry. It's a database where I can't remember the gentleman's name. I'd like to say Taylor, and maybe a few others. They've been testing these knives out, or they've been testing a variety of knives out to see where their hardness is. And again, I can't really reiterate enough. Just because it's a high hardness or doesn't mean it's like super awesome. Just because it's a low hardness doesn't mean that it's crap. It all depends on the metal, but at least it gives you an idea of where the hardness is and how well they treat the metal. They tested a sample of this out, and it came out at a really high optimal HRC. So again, you have MagnaCut steel under $100 and treated optimally, where it should be, which I believe was like, I can't remember. I don't have the website open, but it was like around 64. Now I have a chronic cough, and my allergies kind of set it off. So if you hear me mute, a lot of times it's because I'm coughing. But yeah, it's I can't get rid of it. It's just one of those things. It gets worse when allergies hit, and being summer, it's a thing. You keep water or coffee nearby, and I'm always drinking a little bit or sipping a little bit. But where was I? Oh yeah, it just an amazing knife for an amazing cost, and same great quality that at least that I know Ontario has been known for. I don't know what else to say about this knife other than this might very well be one of the best deals for a hard use knife that you can get right now. For the cost, for the material, for the the quality, the heat treat. This has to be, right as of right now, probably one of the best deals you can get is that Ontario Ret 1.5, because it's insane. It's insane. I still love my Aus 8s. These are great because they're inexpensive. They're if something were to happen, if I were to be a little too rough with them and something actually did happen, really easy to replace. But the fact that I got one that's the same way, easy to replace if something were to happen to it, much higher upgrade in steel, I can't say enough about it. I haven't done a video on this already. This is the first time I unboxed it, so I'm gonna wait until my video before moving that clip over to the side. But I couldn't wait to show this to you guys. I think this is an amazing knife, and if you have a chance, if you're looking for something high end, in my opinion, very high end, because that's steel, that's the wrong thing, and for good cost, snap one of these up. Last time, it took me a while to get these because the first and second run that I saw, they sold out really fast. I managed to snag another. I think they went out of stock again after I grabbed mine, but I don't know when they're replacing their stock. They may very well have them in stock again. I don't know. It's funny because this was the one I ordered this is the one I ordered on my live last week when we were talking about stuff, and then I can't even remember what we were talking about. And then I was looking through, I got mine through Knife Center, and I was looking through their stuff, and I noticed they were in stock, and I was like, oh my god, I got to get one. And so there I was spending money live on a new knife that I really didn't need to do, but there we go. But yeah, I couldn't recommend this more. This Ontario Ret 1.5. If you're looking for a great knife, great cost, great materials, there you go. Go check it out. Excuse me. Sometimes I can't mute quick enough. Okay, so aside from these two, well, that and the Ontario 1.5, which I just put back in the box. These are the new ones that I got this last week. Let me put these two rats out back in my case. Okay, and then we are going to work on customizing this Sodbuster Jr. So I'm going to be putting, oh my god, what am I going to do here? Let me put some of these away so they're out of the way. And I've got everything, I believe I got everything that I need here. Okay, well, let's just move this off to the side for now. Gator Jig, my Sea Dragon, there's the rat. Move anything flammable, I am moving out of the way. We're going to burn this case knife. I've got my tin ready to go, how I like to use it. I'll move that knife out of the way. Got some I don't know why I have these tools out. Because I was thinking of adjusting that, oops, kicking my camera. I was thinking of adjusting that pocket clip, but decided I'll wait. Okay, so if you haven't seen before, sometimes I like to toast a knife, and I'll be doing it to this one here. And what I mean by toast is, if you notice some knives that case comes out, they have like this, like they've been burnt a little bit. They have this toast or burn to them, and it all started when I saw a knife called a Tin Roof that Case came out with. It was an exclusive, and it was a gray bone Sodbuster Jr. And I couldn't get a hold of them anymore. I guess they got sold out. And the Tin Roof was essentially a gray bone. I can't remember the jigging. I wish I could remember the type of jigging, but it was essentially a gray bone knife that they toasted, and they called it Tin Roof. And since I couldn't get it anymore, I decided I'm going to try my hand and make my own. And so one of the first toastings I did was this here. This is my version of the Tin Roof. This is one of my first. The other one was a green apple that I toasted and made what I called a caramel apple. But this is actually what started my desire in toasting my own knives. Now, normally this would just be entirely gray. And what I've done is I've taken a torch, and you can see I've torched the edges to give them a little toast. And this basically looks, aside from the difference in jigging, this essentially looks like a Tin Roof. I think the jigging was a bit finer, and there was a lot more lines to it on the actual Tin Roof. But I thought it was a pretty good approximation. I like it. One of my favorite attempts at toasting a knife, and we're going to do this to a tequila sunrise. So let me put this away. But yeah, I've toasted a number of knives since then. I've toasted some green apples, which I thought came out pretty neat. I toasted other gray bones, which I thought came out really cool. Another one of my favorites that I toasted was actually a sky blue bone. Oh, here's that green apple I toasted. This one I did really dark. Normally there's no brown in a green apple. I call it a caramel apple. But I did this one really dark on the edges. Toasted the ridges a little bit. And you can see there. I've been happy with a lot of the toastings I've done. There's like one toast that I've done that was like, I kind of mucked up. But it's what happens. It's, you know, it's you're experimenting. This is the one that I kind of mucked up. I was trying to age this one. And you got to be careful because I was trying to age it, trying to darken it. But you got to be careful because it looks like I did a pin crack. Or not a pin crack, but there's a surface crack here that I think because I overdid it and I went too high, because you really got to watch your temperatures. And, you know, that it happens, you know. You gotta understand that if you're gonna do something like this, there's a good chance that if you're not careful, whoops, there it goes. Hold on, I forgot one crucial thing I need for this, and I gotta go grab it real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I forgot my thermometer. My little laser thermometer. Okay, that was in the kitchen. Where's that blue bone? Because that one was one of my favorites I did. Oh, this was a red bone. Yeah, here, a little hairline fracture. It doesn't even go all the way through the bone. It's like at the surface. This one I was trying to, like, Case made a baby doc that they called the bacon bone. And I don't know if that was an SMK exclusive either, but they came out with something called the bacon bone. I liked it, decided I wanted to try it on a trapper, so I toasted a red bone. And to me, it looks kind of like a slice of steak, not so much bacon. I like it. I know some people were like, "Oh, you killed that knife," but I like it. I thought it came out pretty well. It didn't come out like bacon like I had hoped. It just looks more like a slice of steak. Where did I put that blue bone? Because that blue bone was one of my favorite ones I did. Same along the line, or same with the gray. Oh, here. This is a blue bone that I toasted. Normally they're sky blue. And I gave this one a toast. I just love the way this one came out. But essentially what I'm doing is the same thing pretty much I think Case is doing. Maybe they do it a little differently. I don't know how Case actually burns their knives for a lot of theirs, but I go with a hand torch method. And a simple cooking torch is what I use. And that's what we're going to do to this tequila sunrise. I know some people are like, no, don't kill the tequila sun. I'm going to toast it. Believe me, I love tequila sunrise. I think tequila sunrises are beautiful, beautiful knives. I've also tried toasting other knives with varying results from different manufacturers. I've burned or toasted, I think, a marble. Those came out pretty well. I toasted was it a Remington? I think I toasted a Remington bone. That came out really well. You got to be really careful. You got to make sure, A, it's bone. If you burn synthetic, it's not going to turn well. You want to make sure it's nice and dry, no oils or anything like that. I did a test burn before I did that red bone from Case. I did a test burn and tried to burn a red bone made by Browning. That one was going really well until I hit the shield of that one. And I don't know if scratch that. There was something going on with that one when I burned it. And I think they might have used some type of coating on their bone, and whatever they were using for their epoxy to essentially glue the shields on was not making me feel very good. Or let's say it was probably making me feel a lot better than I should have felt. So you do have to be careful with what you're using to burn some of these, or you have to be careful with what you're burning. Case knives have been the best in terms of that. Like, I'm not getting any weird noxious fumes or anything like that. Nothing from a coating or whatever. So I'm not feeling weird or funny when I do these. However, still, just to be on the safe side, you want to make sure you're in a well-ventilated area. I've got a ceiling fan going, well-ventilated area, and this shouldn't be a problem at all. Also, sometimes when you're burning these, they smell really nice, and then I get hungry because it just smells like food. But what I'm doing now is I'm just wiping off any excess oils that might be on the knife itself, whether in, on the bone or on the blade itself. And then what I'm going to do, you know what? I forgot something else. Let me grab that real quick. I forgot to get my tape, which should be nowhere near where I'm looking for it, because it should have been in the closet, and you are not there. I had some painter's tape for this specific purpose, and I don't know where I put it. I thought I had everything prepared. I was wrong. There it is. It's just in a different box. Excuse me. The reason for the painter's tape is when I do these burns, I have the blade out, and if I have to move the blade for any reason, it's just to protect. Like, a lot of times I'll use like pliers, so I'm not touching something that might be too hot, and then I don't want to scratch it up. So I put a little painter's tape on the blade. So we're going to do that right now. Did I kick my table? What happened here? I think I kicked my table. There we go. Yeah, I totally kicked my table. I'm weird like this. I like to have everything lined up. Okay, good enough. Okay, so blade is out. Table is driving me insane right now. Because the mat's not straight. The table's not straight. Are we good? No, we're not. I must have kicked my freaking camera as well. My camera stand's busted. I have to buy a new camera stand. Okay, better. I don't have much room to work with, so I have to make sure everything's like placed relatively properly. Okay, so we're gonna put a little tape onto the edge here, or on the blade, just to protect it if I need to pick it up with the pliers. Now, it shouldn't get that hot. I'm actually going to try to keep it from getting that hot, but that's just a just in case. And again, any finger oils, anything like that. I also, when I'm toasting a knife, I will take it out to inspect the knife, making sure it's like everything, everything's okay with the knife itself. But I won't do anything that I usually would do when I get a new traditional knife, which is oil it, clean it out with some oil and other stuff. I will keep it as it is out of the box until I do the toasting, because I don't want to add any oil or, do anything that could compromise me toasting it. So, okay, that should be nice and clean. We'll put that down there. Make sure I have enough liquid in my torch. And I also even have an extinguisher nearby. for safety, because I'm trying to be a good boy. And we're about good to go. You just got your first case knife. Slappy Joe, you just got your first case knife a few days ago as a gift. You're not... By all means, you don't have to do what I'm doing. This is something that I started doing and started to enjoy doing. I don't burn every case knife. A lot of times, also, what'll happen is I will usually, if I'm going to burn a case knife. Now, this I haven't had a chance to do it with this one because these tequilas are actually hard to get, which is probably why a few people might be screaming that I'm even doing this to a tequila. But usually what I'll do is I'll get 2 knives and I'll keep one as is because I think these are beautiful knives. And then I'll burn the other one, you know, if I get the itch to customize something. I haven't been able to get a second one of these. I'm going to try to hunt one down anyway. That one I'll probably keep as is. But I couldn't wait to try testing out a burn on a tequila because I just want to see how it looks. People have already been coming up with names for me, like a peach cobbler or something. I have no idea. I don't know what I'd call it. So, you know, make sure that this is where it's at too. Okay, that's good. And we are going to keep this. The reason why I have the thermometer is I'll laser it, and I don't want the bone to get above 200. Usually, if it hits about 150 degrees, I'll stop and let it rest. So this is kind of a time-consuming process. You don't want to. This is not something you want to rush, because if you heat it up too if you heat it up too quickly, or for a prolonged period of time, you risk the chance of cracking. You do have to be careful around the pins and around the shield because you don't want to, like with a shield, they're epoxied in. You don't want to melt the epoxy entirely, otherwise you're going to lose your shield. I believe the pins are also epoxied. I don't know. Now, there's probably less chance if anything happens to the pins, but usually near the pins is a good point where it might crack. So that's another area that you want to be careful with and not have the flame on for too long. In fact, if you watch when I do this, I'll be moving the blade, or I'm sorry, I'll be moving the flame quite a bit, and I'm just going to be doing it little by little. So with everything cleaned, just taking note of where my extinguisher is. Because Lord knows things have happened. I'm going to start on this back end just to see how quickly this starts to take on color. Now, one thing also of note is when you have a dyed bone, a lot of times what ends up happening is the dye will lighten up a little bit wherever you start to toast it. Sometimes, depends on the dye. Like a lot of times, like the blue bones, for example, once you start torching some of the blue bones, you'll notice that the dye starts to lighten more and more, almost back to white, almost. That's the effect of the torch, basically, essentially burning off those pigments. And it's happening a little bit here, where it's getting lighter, and it'll get lighter before it takes on that brown toast. And I like to start on the edges, and then periodically I'll check with my laser to see where I'm at. I'm at 140 degrees. I hit about 150 near where that pin was. And so we're going to give it a little rest. And this is how it goes. It's going to take it's a long process. Other things that people have, because I know there's a lot of people that like milk, and I've heard one person. This is one way they like to introduce a little bit more of milk into the bone, is they'll actually torch their knives, but they won't toast it. They'll run like a flame close to the bone, just enough to lighten that pigment a little. Because some people like a little milk, and what I mean by milk is they like a lot of those lighter bits where the dye doesn't really take to the bone, and it gives it a little bit more of I almost like to say a natural look to it. I don't know how else to explain. Some people love milk. Some people want a real even dye. It's all personal preference. I know somebody that just likes milk, and they'll toast a knife to add a little bit more to places they think it would look good. Razor, how you doing? Seriously late. No worries. I barely just got started. You got a seafoam green micarta with, yeah, you're not going to burn that. You want to make sure you're burning bone. Seafoam green micarta. That sounds cool. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly which one you're talking about. They are beautiful knives. I can already see the dye is lightening up. You can see it's a lot. Let me hold this up so you can see. It's a lot lighter around the edges than it was. Here's the back end. You can see it was much more even orange. Actually, this is probably the most even tequila sunrise that I've seen. Now here where I've torched it, you can see, focus. You can see that dye has lightened up considerably where I brought the torch. Now I haven't really toasted it yet. And this is why I start with the edges, is I like to see how the dye reacts. There's a little bit of toast on that edge there. But I like to see how the dye reacts to being torched. And yeah, this one lightens up quite a bit. Another reason why I also do this, because I've seen people do these in numerous ways. I do this specifically with the blade out. It gives me a way to hold it. Also, this helps cool it down a little quicker, not too fast. Again, you don't want the temperatures to change too quickly, but it acts as a little heat sink, so it draws heat away slowly from the liners, because those liners are heating up as well. So that's why I always do it with the blade out. Also, I've noticed that sometimes when you burn a knife, and this is another thing you want to be careful with, sometimes you can affect the spring a little bit. And this is why I try to make sure that the temperatures don't go too high. If you go to a certain degree, sometimes those springs can be affected a little bit. And I've noticed, like on one of my first knives that I've tested, I was testing on like some older knives. These weren't case knives. I just know they were bone. I think they were the Remingtons. Like I heated one up too much, and it seemed to affect the way the spring acted. And this is when I was just trying to figure out how to do what to do and what temperatures would be safe. And it seemed to lighten up the spring. So another reason why I don't heat it up very high. Again, I try to make sure I don't go above 200, and generally once I hit about 150, I let it rest for a while. So yeah, this is going to be a long process. Get ready for a long wait for some of these. Doing some customization today yourself. Oh, what are you customizing today, Razor? I'd like to hear. And if you're not a part of the Discord, go check out the Discord. This is now under 100. It lightened up quite a bit. Go check out the Discord. There's a link in the description below. I'm going to go all around this edge. Okay, now the toast is coming up really fast. Yeah, if you're not a part of the Discord, go check out the Discord. There's a link in the description below. And if you got knives that you're proud of, if you're doing your own customizations and things like that, post some pics. I'd love to see. I would love to see some of these knives. That's why I put the Discord. The Discord literally is just, it's a place that I set up because I just wanted to be able to check out stuff that people wanted to share some photos. I also have an Instagram where I post a lot of pictures. I should be posting those pics also on my Discord myself. But I'm keeping an eye on so many things. Sometimes I'll forget. I'll post them on Instacart. What am I saying? Instagram. And then I'll forget to throw them in Discord. But yeah, if you want to share some pics, go on the Discord. I'd love to see some of this stuff. Where am I? Actually, where's my Discord? There we are. King Dingaling shares a lot. Oh, he's got a lot of cool, really pricey stuff. A lot of swords, a lot of small, short swords and katanas and things like that. I know, was it Waylon liked to do a lot of like custom like clips and stuff. Some really cool photos by some of you guys too. Not gonna lie, some of you guys make some awesome photographers. Chaotic Snake, who's somebody from my game channel, actually made some custom scales for a knife that they were working on. So yeah, go share some pics. I'd love to see some of your stuff. Okay, so where are we at with this? Again, I'm trying to go slow. We are still at about 110 degrees, so we're gonna let that cool off a little bit. But you can see now where it's starting to darken on the edges, and that's what I'm trying to do. Just add a little toast to the edge around the knife, and then I'm going to try to add or darken the higher ridges on the bone as well to add more definition. And we'll see how it comes out. Like I said, somebody was saying I should call it a peach cobbler. I don't know yet. We'll see. You can see the difference in how much the dye gets burned off. Like on the left side is where I started doing the toasting, and it's near back to bone white. This was its original color on the right. So it's slowly, very slowly getting there. You went on Whatnot, you bought some no-name titanium knives for like $8, and you're anodizing the scales. Oh, cool. Oh, you might be also changing the blade profiles. That I'd like to see. I like a really cool looking anodization. Now, you'll notice also that when I'm letting these cool down, I let them cool down on their own. I'm not like, I might give a puff of air, but I'm not trying to fan them down really fast. I do have a fan going on low, but it goes back to, you don't want the temperatures to change drastically and super quickly, because that's where you're going to end up cracking stuff. Especially got to be careful near the pins. And a lot of times I'll pulse this thing as opposed to wiggle it around. It's kind of like I'm like shooting this thing. I know I'm probably wearing down the whatchamacallit, what do you call that, flint, quite a bit doing this. There we go. We're probably at 150 again. Not too bad. And this is why I use the tins. This is just an old Remington knife tin, essentially to protect my mat. Oop. There you go. There we go. And then you just go as dark as you want, really, and let it go. Okay, that was getting closer to 200, so we're going to let that rest for a little bit. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Sometimes they come out great. I've had some misses. Again, this is all about experimentation. I've had knives that came out, like I said, like that blue bone and the gray bone were some of my favorite ones. I liked the green apples that I've done. I've done, like, this one was a dark one. I did one a little lighter to see how that would look. I'll pull them all out. Might as well. That was the caramel apple that I did. This is that blue bone one that I did, which is one of my favorites, admittedly. That blue bone. And a lot of these are trappers. There's the meat stick. I call it steak. I call it steak. That one I got the most flack for. I like it. I like it. Not everybody's going to enjoy it. I know Morgan's not a big fan of me burning some of these. Some people have said I like the smell too much, and that could be true. Maybe I like burning these because it makes me feel funny inside. There's the gray bone that I did with the other Sodbuster Jr. Hey, William, how you doing? I apparently woke lion, not a sheep. And you keep checking out the progress. Now, this one I'm noticing takes on a really dark burn. The hard part about this is going to be keeping it even without making it look like charcoal. That's going to be the hard part. I think I have an easier time, I'll be honest, with the trappers. When it comes to keeping them relatively even. I don't know, Sodbusters seem a little harder to do. It almost looks like weathered, and it's also going to look a little different because there's another part to this process I might have failed to mention. They always look rough after the toast, and then the other step again is letting them cool off completely, and then I'll grab usually a new sunshine cloth, and I'll run the sunshine cloth over it. Am I hitting it with a laser? There we are. Like, I'm getting weird readings. It's trial and error sometimes, and you have to be comfortable with the fact that not everything's going to come out the way you want. Like I said, not everything's going to come out the way you want. Not everything is going to look great burned. But that's a part of it. You just got to be willing to know that you might be putting some money into a knife, and you might be like, well, yep, that's going to be a box cutter now. It's one of those things you just have to be comfortable with doing. I'll never do this to a knife, for example, that's limited. I'll never do it to a knife that's hard for me. Well, these are actually kind of hard for me to get, but these aren't like a special limited type thing. It's just they happen to be in demand. Once case catches up, once a lot of people have gotten the colors they want, it's going to be a lot easier to pick these up. It's just that these are new for 2026, and like anything new for 2026, they tend to be really hard to get because case has trouble keeping up with demand. Like the cheetah cubs were near impossible to get. The axe handles are still near impossible to get unless you happen to know people or don't mind paying pretty crazy prices for them. That's one of the reasons why I like going to Chasing Blades on Whatnot, is because Chasing Blades will not ramp up a price for something simply because it's hard to get. Like, for example, these the tequila sunrises. I've seen people run them in auction, and yes, I know it's buyers that run the price up, but I've seen sellers take a tequila sunrise that for all let's see, like retail price might be like $80, but they'll start it at 100 because they know people will pay that much because they're hard to get. Chasing Blades doesn't do that. They will put the price up for retail, for what its retail value is. They're not going to ramp the price up, which is awesome. And that's one of the reasons I like working with them so much. But yeah, so these will get easier to get as time moves on. I am seeing more and more tequila sunrises out from other sellers. It's just Chasing Blades is a hard time hanging on to them because, again, as soon as they get them in, they're gone like a shot because they're not trying to nickel and dime every purchase. Now, one thing I'm noticing with a tequila sunrise is it darkens really fast. So getting like a low toast, I guess you could say. It burns really quick. You notice that those edges got dark really fast after the initial dye went away or burnt off. Not looking bad though. Now I'm trying to be careful around the pins, like I said, and the shield. I still don't know what this is reminding me of. Trying to think of a color or something that this is reminding me of, and it's not coming to me. Somebody said peach cobbler before. That's the only thing that comes to mind, only because they said it. But yeah, those ridges are coming out like really dark. I think part of the reason is because one thing I'm noticing is the orange. Like toasting it to just a light brown doesn't come up on orange very well. So if you're looking for like a light brown toast on a tequila sunrise, I think what you're going to end up with is just really a lighter tequila sunrise. But again, this is how we go about figuring out what works and what doesn't. Now I'm just trying to, I think I have it where I want. Now I'm just sort of trying to even out the burn on the edges so I have more of a singular border around it. Oh, another thing that I failed to mention when it comes to burning a knife, and this is more for something that's like got a bolster on it. It's more evident on this one. One of the reasons it looks like a pecan pie. There you go. One of the other things when it comes to burning a knife, and this is one of the reasons why it could cause cracks, why you want to be careful about it. And it's more evident on a knife that has bolsters like these trappers do. Bones will shrink a little bit. And you can see on this one, I held a little too long. The full focus. I still like the look of this. It still looks like steak to me. But you'll notice there's a little separation there between the bolster and the bone. In many cases, I managed to do it without any separation. But if you linger too long, sometimes that can happen. And like even this one. Now this one I toasted really dark. and I don't really have any separation. In fact, if there's any, maybe the barest bit here, but barely noticeable. So that's another reason why you want to do it nice and slow. Now, obviously, on a Sodbuster Junior, there's no bolster to separate from. But still want to be careful around those pins and around the shield because, like I said, if there's any shrink, if the temperatures fluctuate too quickly around the pins, you can get pin cracking. If you linger too long on the shield, you could possibly get rid of the epoxy holding that shield in place, and the next you know, your shield pops out. So that's another thing you want to be careful of. In fact, I'm going to move these off to the side because I realize these are really close to where I'm torching, and I don't want to ruin my knives. Kind of looks, I don't know, oh, maybe Peach Cobbler wasn't too far off. We're just about where I'm going to keep this one. I'm just burning the ridges a little bit. Again, the top, so I have a little definition on the ridges. This is where I'm pulsing it when I'm near the shield, so it's got a tiny chance to cool off a little bit. Just trying to be aware of that pin. And I think we're done on this side. Not bad. And then what's going to do, it's going to lighten up a little bit when I go to polish this. And it's going to, like, a lot of those darker edges might tone down. Because this one, it's reminding me of when I did this. And this toned down quite a bit when I polished it. But at that point, that's what I was expecting to happen. It came out really well. Same with this one. Believe it or not, when I toasted this one, those ridges were like near completely black. Oh my God, I like pecan pie. Are you talking before a name, or are you talking or just like pecan pie? Because I'll say both, actually. That's not a bad call, pecan pie. Is it pecan or pecan? I don't know how I've heard it said different ways. Trying out some diamond emulsion paste on a brand new leather strop. Got to let it dry before I try. Don't let me know what's the brand you're using. Knives for Life, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I've used stroppy stuff because that was like that's I think, well, they're sponsored, or these knives are sponsored by them. Stroppy stuff is pretty good from what I've tried. It's just hard to get. I've been using this one, happens to be 0.1. I've been getting this from Amazon. This is Gendy, and that's what I've been using. I am out of my 0.6 though. I got to get some more. And for strops, where's my strops? I've been liking these because they've been pretty inexpensive for what they are. These were, what's this? Sharpall, that's it. Sharpall strops. I've got a number of these in boxes because they're maybe $20 for one of these, dual-sided. You got a flat or a fine, or you got a smooth leather, and you got like a plush, or I don't know what they call it, side. But that's in Alabama they say pecan. Okay, I'm gonna get hungry. I had spaghetti for brunch. I cooked spaghetti for dinner, so I've been having leftovers. But I recommend a good diamond emulsion paste. Gendy so far has been working really well. I know stroppy stuff is really good. The neat thing about stroppy stuff is they're a little less expensive. Just for some odd reason, it's harder to get. I think they tend to sell out a lot quicker. But another cool thing about stroppy stuff is they're also color coded. So like 0.5 is always like going to be a pink color. I forgot what the other colors were, but each each, let's say grade. It's the word I'm looking for. I'm losing my words today. Each different micron is going to have its own color with stroppy stuff. So if you're familiar with stroppy stuff, then all you have to if you don't know what you're looking at, or I mean, if you're just grabbing at your strops blindly, you can see immediately from the color what emulsion is on that strop. Whereas like the Gendy, they're all gray, so you have to either just remember what's what or write it down on the strop somewhere, what emulsion it is, because you won't really be able to tell which one is which. They're great. It's just stroppy stuff. I like the way that stroppy stuff does their color coding. I just wish they were easier to get. Gendy is easier. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Gendy is easier to get for me because you can just grab it through Amazon, and they tend to be a lot more available. Let's see. We are at just around 100 degrees on this, so it's cooling off a bit. I am going to grab. See, if you notice, like this side still has kind of like a shiny sheen to it, whereas this side that I toasted, the shine is completely gone. And then I've got a bit of polishing to do with a sunshine cloth. We're gonna let this cool off a little bit more because I can still feel the heat on it. And then I'm going to try the other side and just try to match both sides. And I'll give it a little bit. Circus peanut. There you go. Oh, my God. Why didn't I think of that? Circus peanut. And then we're going to go into polishing it with. And you don't need, like, anything major for polishing. Literally, I just use a sunshine cloth. And then that's it. Like, no fancy pastes or anything like that. And then we'll see how that turns out. Other than that, while we're waiting for this to cool off, I'm going to have a little sip of coffee. What are you guys carrying in your pockets? What is today's carry for everybody? Shout out in chat. If you were wanting to know what was been in my pockets today, excuse me. Let me grab my where did I put it? There it is. Grab that. And then I have like an EDC tray that I just have everything set up. And I just pull it off that. What was in my pocket today? I had the Vosteed TI Slim. I've really been liking this. Great freaking knife. 154 cm. Yeah, 154 cm top liner lock. Vosteed TI Slim. Just in my opinion, a great upgrade to the Vosteed Porcupine. I still love the Porcupine, but I'm really liking this TI Slim. They have one that comes in with a slightly different texturing on the titanium, but they also have this in S90V, and I'm really tempted to snag the S90V at some later date. Don't know when, but I'd love to be able to get an S90V version. And then, as a lot of you know, when I carry a modern knife like this, and I also carry a traditional. And the traditional that I was carrying is a Mediterranean pocket-worn case Sodbuster Jr. This one's a special one for me because this one was a gift for my girlfriend. A lot of milk on this one. Nice dark blue dye job, but then a lot of milk around the edges. I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. But this is another one that I carry with me a lot. I've actually used this a lot and still, I don't know, maybe it's because I try to take really good care of my knives, but still looks near pristine. A little, that's not even a scratch. I think this is a smudge. I love these Sodbuster Juniors. My favorite ones to collect typically are trappers, sow bellies. I get a lot of Sodbuster Juniors though, because they're just inexpensive, at least in regards to case knives. And These actually do a lot of the brunt work. I like the Crossroads too. I do carry my Crossroads quite a bit. I have quite a few Crossroads. But that's what was in my pocket. Actually, there was one more item that was in my pocket today. And that was, before I forget, that was another blue, and this is one that I just stick in my fifth pocket of my jeans, and this one is a peanut from Case. I counted, and apparently I carry around anywhere between 4 and 5 knives on me without even thinking. That was 3 knives right there, because I have another knife on my keychain that sits in a little leather thing. You got a Fairmonster Glideman DBD edition, tack knives Viper, Taslong 18, and 1 multi-tool. Flex Companion, Gerber Dime, Gerber Mullet, Hyper. Well, you got some big pockets. Hyper Tough Pen Light, and a mini keychain light. I also have a flashlight on my keychain from Olight. I've showed that before. Kind of neat, except I don't know where I put my keys. Crap, where did I put my keys? Oh, there they are. This thing I thought was really neat. This is, I forgot what they call this. Olight. The iMini 2, that's what it's called. The iMini 2, and it's just sticks on a keychain. That's its USB charger right there, is actually a part of the light. And to turn it on, you just simply pull it out of its magnetic holder. And then this is magnetic, so this, you can stick this on anything metal and it'll just sit there. And then turn it off. You just put it back in the holder, and there you go. And then you just take this off your keychain, remove the cover, and you can just plug that into any USB and charge it. Nice and bright for such a small friggin' flashlight. Swiss Tech Screwdriver, Swiss Army Knife, Victorinox. I just recently got into Victorinox. I only have 2. The last one I don't know if you were here last time, David. The last one I got was this, which was SMKW's Peanut Butter and Jelly. I forgot what they call this one. This one has a knife, file, and a pair of scissors. I have another one that's slightly bigger. This was like $20. This one was on sale for $20. The other one was on sale for like $25. It has a few more things to it, but they're both Peanut Butter and Jelly Victorinoxes, and I kind of want more. It's all I needed is another thing to start collecting. You've been carrying the canoe since you got it, but don't own many knives. It's usually a Wenger Commander, an Open L's awesome, and a Rough Rider Reserve Goldfish, or Cobra Tech Hidden Release Abalone Trapper. I have the same Hidden Release Abalone Trapper. I love that thing. And Rough Riders, especially their Reserve, I think there's some great knives. They are some great knives, especially for the cost, because they're very inexpensive. I know there's going to be a lot of people that talk about, well, QC this, or the steel's not the best steel in the world. You're talking a $15 knife. It does what it needs. They sharpen up really quick and easy. Sure, they might not have the longest lasting edge, but I think a lot of times, I think they're gorgeous traditionals. If you're looking for something inexpensive, they've got a great lifetime warranty. Yeah, I mean, they're just easy to get. They come in so many different patterns and colors and all that stuff. They're pretty crazy. Let's see. This has been sitting for a while. Okay, let's start on this side. I'm gonna try to do it so I'm matching it up. We're gonna start on this end again. I always like starting on the butt end or heel. And one thing I've noticed with some knives is I don't know if it's because of the bone, they don't burn the same way. And I think this is happening with this one. Like this side, I'm getting a more prominent brown. And it's not lighting up or lightening up like the other side did. A little, oh no, it's lightening up there, okay. let it cool down a little bit. Classic Alnox. The classic. Oh, okay. It's the classic. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember what the other one's in my case. I have like. Did I just kick my camera again? Where did I put the other one? Where? Oh, that was one thing I was thinking of going over. Oh my God, hit the tip. That was another thing I was thinking of going over with too. Was like somebody was wondering like how do I store my knives and stuff? And to be quite honest, I have these hard cases I've got on Amazon. A few of them are from Casematics. They tend to be a little pricey. I've got another one from Case Club, which is the biggest case I own. And they have all these slots that essentially just hold your pocket knives as long as they're not too large. They'll fit the majority of knives. I think the max length is going to be like 5 inches. Anything over 5 inches, then you might have trouble fitting in the case. I have knives the frick where. I'm trying to find places to put them. Yeah, I might have a slight problem. I don't have room to throw I'll throw the cases up in a little bit, and you can see what I'm talking about. Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. This is the other Victorinox. This one's a little bigger. Oh, Classic SD. Okay. Yeah, Classic SD. I remember that now. This one, again, I can't remember the names. You'll have to forgive me. You've got your main blade. You've got your secondary. This one does have a bottle opener, can opener. It has a can opener. You got Phillips. You got screwdrivers. You got a shotgun. You got satellite control. I don't know. It's got a lot of stuff. Try to find cigar boxes. I've got a few cigar boxes, and I need more. Somebody was on Whatnot selling cigar boxes, just cigar boxes, and they had some really awesome stuff. My girlfriend actually picked up a few because she wanted to use them for crafts and stuff. I managed to snag 1 or 2 from her. I'm looking for other display things. Like I've seen some. They tend to run really expensive though. There was some that have drawers on them, 2 to 3 drawers, and then usually have like a top that's in plexiglass or some type of clear case, whatever, on the top where you can put a couple of your favorites. Except those tend to run kind of stupidly expensive. Mini toolboxes are kind of neat. I've been looking at some of those. I've been looking at some of those mini toolboxes. I just haven't decided. As far as storage is concerned, like I said, most of them, a lot of my favorite knives I put in hard cases. They're kind of like Pelican cases, if you know what a Pelican case is. They're like a hard type synthetic, some plastic outer shell with foam interior that has slots cut in them for knives. And I have like 1, 2, 3. I have 4 cases of varying sizes that I use for some of my favorite stuff. Otherwise, I have a display stand for some of my fixed blades, some of my favorite fixed blade knives. I have like a wall display for some of my case knives that Morgan got me that was really awesome. And it's at that point, that's like all the display and cases that I have. So when I run, I'm now out of room in terms of, I have a few slots in some of the cases, but I'm effectively out of room. So a lot of my case knives still tend to sit in a box. If you've noticed, some of my case knives I have in slips because I rotate what I carry a lot. And so I'll, like a lot of my case knives that I like to carry, I'll toss in a slip and they'll live out their life in there until I need them. And they'll sit generally at my desk or beside my desk. And I have a few trays, like EDC trays that, I'll put like 5 knives that I'll probably carry for the week, and then I'll just grab one and go. But yeah, a lot of my A lot of my case knives, if I'm going to use them, will go into slips. Otherwise, they go into a hard case, or the majority of my case knives in my case collection are still in their boxes in a giant shoebox, in a shoebox, which is over full, and I need another shoebox. Because if I don't have a way to put them in a case or display them, I just keep them in their box until then. I like the Vic keychain knife. Check out the Vic Rally. Had a little Phillips cap lifter instead of the scissors. Under $20 on Amazon. Oh, that sounds nice. Harbor Freight wooden toolbox is perfect. I'll have to check some of these out. Thank you for the suggestions. I mean, I'll show you. Like I said, I'll show you some of the stuff. I'll pull out my shoebox in a little bit as well, so you can see what I'm talking about. I used to collect only. I mean, the majority of what I collected were modern knives and some fixed blades, like some just, Damascus fixed blades and stuff were the majority of my collection. And then a little under a year ago, I got introduced to Rough Riders and traditional knives. I've had a couple traditional knives here and there, but just never anything that really, nothing really special. And then I got into Whatnot, saw some really interesting knives that I didn't really know what they were. They were Rough Rider. I didn't know much about Rough Rider, but they looked pretty and they were cheap. And so I started buying up a few Rough Rider and buying up a few Rough Rider and buying up a few. I fell down that rabbit hole really quickly, so I have quite a few Rough Riders. And then as I'm doing this, I got introduced to case knives and some other brands. But case knives caught my eye. And there's quite a lot of case knife sellers there, or on Whatnot. And I can't even begin to remember. Oh, wait, no, scratch that. I remember. My first case knives were, and this isn't my only one. This is just one of the first ones that I burned. My first case knives that I fell in love with were the green apples, and so I have a pristine non-burned green apple trapper. I've got the mini trapper. I've got like a muskrat. I started collecting a bunch of the green apples, and I started inhaling. I saw the antique bones and I saw the other pocket warrens, and it just started going nuts. To the point of where I decided I need to concentrate on a few patterns that I really, really like. Those so far have been remaining to be the Trappers, Sow Bellies, Sodbuster Juniors, and every once in a while I'll grab the odd knife. But I'm kind of now just focusing on those specific patterns, sometimes the muskrats as well. As opposed to just grabbing everything that I see, because I was really driving myself into a financial hole just going nuts on these things. There are so many sacks on eBay from TSA Grabs, almost the best place to find Swiss Army stuff. Oh, I will have to take a look. Those two that I got were from SMKW. I don't normally dig around for Victorinox or Swiss Army. Like I said, most of my interest has been in regular modern knives and traditionals. But after getting those two, and then seeing, I didn't know there was such a big variety of stuff from them, and a lot of exclusive stuff too. They like doing exclusives that, and they're not terribly expensive. Not a lot of them anyway. Some of them can be. Okay, where are we at with this? Been sitting here yapping for a while, and this has been cooling. Let's get on with this. The tin moved because the tin was heating up. Okay, we'll get on this side. We'll let that cool off for a little bit. Wife wants to go to the store, so I got to go. Oh, well, have a good one, Razor. Thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. Hey, no worries, man. No worries. Just glad you can show up and say, hey. Victorinox are a brilliant brand. The Huntsman is your current EDC. Oh, welcome to the stream, East West. What's the Huntsman? Let me take a look. I'm not very familiar with Victorinox. So when you guys introduce me to something, I have to take a peek. I gotta let that knife cool down anyway. Victorinox Huntsman. That is that's the bigger ones. Okay. And again, not bad prices. What the ones I'm looking at? At least the more basic ones I'm looking at. I think they were like around $50. That's not bad. Oh, they have a camo one. That looks neat. That's a lot of stuff. Usually when I think multi-tool, now I think like Victorinox is, or I keep saying Victorinox. Victorinox is like, weren't they like essentially like the original like multi-tool really? I don't know. But that's what that's the way I viewed them. But usually when I think multi-tool, I'm thinking like Leatherman and stuff like that. And I've got a couple Leatherman. You like the Huntsman and the Champ. The Huntsman the Huntsman is usually what I picture when somebody mentions Swiss Army. You know, the corkscrew, the saw, the laser, whatever, cannon, the howitzer, all that stuff. That's the Huntsman is what I kind of normally picture in my head. I don't know what the Champ is. Let me take a look at that. Holy crap. That's a lot of stuff to have on a knife or even a multi-tool. That's like you got a toolbox in your pocket. More expensive. You got a lot more stuff in there. Holy crap, that's a lot of stuff. Wow. Little price here, just averaging around like $100 or $90 to $100. That might be a bit for me. That's the other thing. Yes, exactly. The Victorinox is another one where you kind of, or at least I do. Okay, I kind of picture MacGyver. You were just out in the woods yesterday, did a video on, oh, cool. And you got a chip on your axe edge. Didn't have my sharpening stone, but I have my EDC, the Vic, Huntsman, and the file on that fixed. You right. Hey, there you go. See, that's awesome. I'd like to know that these tools and stuff can be used for what they're like. There's nothing more disappointing. Now, and this was earlier on when I was collecting knives. This was when like I started getting an interest in collecting pocket knives, and like a lot of people that really don't know any better. I definitely didn't know any better. A lot of people that are new to it. The first thing they do is they gravitate to just what looks cool, what looks tactical, and that's what I did. And so I picked up a lot of what are now considered like gas station knives because they looked cool. They had cool graphics on them. They had tactical shapes to them. They looked deadly and all this other stuff. And then you go to use them, and they're no better than like a cheap butter knife. And I at that point, like I collected quite a few because I just thought they were cool. They looked neat. But the one moment where I needed to use them, and then they fail you because you then realize the materials aren't that great. The steel is nothing better than like maybe tin, pot metal. The scales start falling off. They don't lock up properly. I pick up a knife and never realize that when I open it up that the blade would wiggle and stuff like that. That's how I started. I had tons of knives that were like that, and there's nothing more disappointing than getting a knife that you think is really cool and then realizing that it's not going to do what it should do, and that's actually be used as a knife. So it's always cool to know firsthand experiences with some of the stuff like the Swiss Army knives and things that people are using them, and then they work and they do an excellent job for what they were made to do. And that's when I ended up getting rid of a lot of those less expensive knives and my viewpoint shifted from the quote tactical to the functional, and it's still in a lot of cases still very pretty. I do like a lot of my titanium knives. I do like a lot of the crystallized titanium, the sleek, and the sleek, the shiny, or in this case, like bone and cool stuff like that. But now functional takes a much higher point in what I look for at a knife. And if a knife is nothing but just pretty and non-functional, then I get disappointed. Check out the Swiss Army knife. Oh yeah, I was looking at the Champ. Those things are huge. I need a squirrel in Victorinox. Somebody talk to Victorinox and have them make me a squirrel. MacGyver was the original ED. Well, yeah, I could see that, but all he needed was he didn't need anything. He just freaking snatched something off the ground and start making a tractor out of it. I did love that show. Freaking MacGyver was awesome. I could not get enough of that. It made you think you could do anything with anything. Until you tried to make a tractor out of nothing but rocks and sticks, and it didn't work. All right, let's see where this is at. Okay, we're giving this a lot of time. I'm gonna start darkening these edges a bit. Yeah, this thing the Tequila Sunrise darkens really fast. I dare say it's like one of the faster toasting knives that I've done. Like, it gets considerably dark really quick. I really loved that show. That was a great show. And all the weird spin-offs, too, or not spin-offs, parodies too, were really great. And this, essentially all I'm doing here is I'm trying to emulate what Case would probably normally do to one of their own knives, and then call it something new and make an entire line out of it. So who knows? Maybe Case will do this, and they'll call it a pecan pie or something. Or I was thinking sunset, because it's the opposite of a Tequila Sunrise, and now it's got darker bits to it and stuff like that. Who knows? Who knows? Now these Victorinoxes, I'm going to have to pick another one up. I just don't know what I'd pick. There's a long list of stuff I'd love to get. Believe me. Shit's pricey though. Stuff gets expensive. I still like on my list to get, obviously, is another Victorinox. I just don't know which one. Oh wait, hold on. If I see a Victorinox with a Delamont stamp, it's a Wenger. Yes. I thought Victorinox purchased Wenger, but Victorinox bought them, because I remember reading a little bit about it, and okay, I don't know, I might be mixing them up, but they both made Swiss Army knives at one point. They were both contracted to make Swiss Army knives at one point. And they even had similar taglines. I can't remember which used which, but I think one of them used like the original Swiss Army knife, and then another one used something similar, like the authentic or the real or something like that. Swiss Army knife, and then Victorinox ended up buying Wenger, but they still kept them kind of separate in a way, which I thought was kind of neat. But I wasn't familiar with the Delamont stamp. I'm assuming that would be only seen on like older Swiss knives or Swiss Army knives. I haven't dove completely deep into them, but I've been doing a little reading. I do have a habit of falling down rabbit holes. I got to be careful with that because having a collector mentality along with tripping into rabbit holes a lot ends up making me eat a lot more ramen than I should be eating, simply because I can't afford much more. It's a bad combination. A collector mentality and falling down rabbit holes. Very bad, very, very bad combination. It's a good thing I like eating ramen, because I eat a lot of ramen. We're getting to the point of where the edges are almost where I want them. And then I'm going to work on the ridges, and then we're going to polish this guy up. Uh-oh. I need my torch to last me until I'm done with this knife. That'd be great. I know I'm wearing down the what'd you call that again? The flint. Because I pulse this thing a lot when I do this. Okay, let's let that cool off again. Oh, a little more. There we go. Let that cool off a little bit more. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at some of these Victorinoxes. Oh yeah, what else is on my list? Well, more axe handles are on my list. I can say that for sure. I'm still looking for like a 6.5 bone stag axe handle. I'm still looking for a buffalo horn axe handle, and can't remember if there was another one I was looking for. Well, I want the peanut butter and jelly. I just know that one's gonna be a hopeful, because I know those are gonna sell out really fast. I thought I was extremely lucky to get a hold of that Sea Dragon. I still can't believe how quick that Sea Dragon went out of stock. And I can't believe how much they were going for on auction. I don't know. I haven't seen any on auction recently, other than those initial ones that SMKW had hung on to. But the fact that those ran up to $300 blows my mind. I shouldn't be surprised, because I've seen peanut butter and jelly knives sell for around like $250. And when you consider that some of those peanut butter and jellies, their retail price was like $75-$80. Crazy. But a lot of people are liking the axe handles. I'm loving the axe handles. It's become probably one of my favorite patterns now from Case. The cheetah cubs are kind of neat, but like functional application, I mean, yeah, you can use them as a knife. I mean, they are knives, but I kind of, the finger guard is kind of weird. And while it's still kind of neat, I don't know, like here's my seafoam green cheetah cub. I mean, I guess it helps keep your fingers from sliding up the blade, but they are cool looking. And it is a lockback, which is also really nice. Yeah, they are neat in the way that guard sort of just folds in and out. And I have a couple of these, but my interest lies more in the axe handles. And they are cool, though. They are pretty cool. Squirrel away a month, buy Mountain House camping survival food, been stocking up for lean times. It's healthier than ramen. I was gonna say, I saw you said Mountain House. So you really recommend Mountain House? Because I've always looked at some of those survival food things, and I've gotten calorie bars once that were like really kind of, I forgot how many calories they were supposed to be per bar, but it was like a emergency ration if you needed calories. And they tasted like a very crumbly, gritty, almost like a not super sweet, but still kind of sweet sugar cookie. But it really dried the hell out of you. I can't imagine eating that for more than a day non-stop, like, breakfast, lunch, dinner, having a frickin' one of those emergency bars. I can't imagine going like a couple days on that stuff. It would drive me insane. So you had a Victorinox Hiker for maybe 5 years, and about a year ago you upgraded to the Huntsman. Both really good. Huntsman is bigger, wider, but the scissors are the true seller. It's just interesting to have a pocket knife with scissors on it. Now, this one doesn't. I think the only one that I have that has the scissors is that smaller one. This actually sits on my desk. Yeah, this is the only one that I have that has scissors on it. Even my girlfriend is like, what are you going to use the scissors for? I'm like, I don't know. Whatever I need tiny scissors for, I guess. I mean, I'll be happy to have them when I need them, and I don't have any other scissors sitting around anywhere. Wenger scissors use the back spring for the action. Victorinox scissors use a clip spring. Oh, okay. Held in by the scissor part. Let me take a look at that. Now, again, this is a... Okay, I think I see. Talking about that spring. Huh. Never really gave it much thought. Still pretty neat, though. There's a lot of engineering that goes into that stuff. Let's see if I can get really dark that one edge. I can hear the tin. The tin made a springing noise. No, I'm just trying to even out the edges a little bit. Get it like an even line here. And then I'm going to work on the ridges. Let that cool off. What else do I have on my list? I would love to get an S90V Ti Slim from Vosteed again, because the Porcupine's probably one of my favorite carry knives from Vosteed. Or just overall great knives. I want to get another Demco because I only have the Demco 20.5. I definitely want another Demco. I'm trying to think of what else is on my list. So, to at least my wish list, I guess you could say. You have rice and a rifle. You use yours to open up medication packs. That'd be handy. I'd have to look at like certain wish lists because my brain sometimes ceases to function when it comes to recalling certain things. I think the list is just too big when it comes to like things I'd like to get my hands on. I mean, those are probably the most noticeable thing, or most notable things are the axe handles, the Demco, the Vosteed. There's a couple Remettes that I'd love to get my hands on. They're just on the pricier side. So, do I make the scales here in the video, or am I modding No, I'm toasting existing ones. This is a Tequila Sunrise Sodbuster Jr. from Case. And all I'm doing is like this one was originally a green apple from Case that I toasted, kind of like my version of a caramel apple. This was actually, I believe this was the first one I did. This was the next one. This was a gray bone, Pocket Warren Gray Bone Sodbuster Jr. And the reason for this one is because I was seeing these knives that Case had that were called tin roofs, and they essentially were gray boned sodbusters, just different jigging that Case themselves essentially toasted. And I decided to make my own since I couldn't get my hands on an actual tin roof. So yeah, I just made my own, and I think I did a pretty good job. I mean, other than the difference in jigging, this pretty much looked like their tin roof. And then there was this one I got the idea to do because there's another retailer that actually did this to one of their sky blue bones. So and they were selling them for, I forgot how much, for considerably more. But what I did is I managed to track down a couple sky blue bone case trappers, and I decided, you know what, I'm just going to pay, buy the sky blues for a bit less and make my own version. I don't know if they had a specific name for this, but whatever this is, I made my own by toasting it essentially just exactly the way they did. And I've done a small handful of others. Those are just some of my favorites, and then I do some testing. I did a red bone to see what it looked like. I tried to make a bacon bone, which Case had made something called a bacon bone baby dock. So I tried to make a full-size trapper version. Doesn't really look like bacon to me. It looks more like a piece of rare steak. So I'm calling this my steak bone or carnivore. I still like it. It just doesn't look like bacon to me. And sometimes they work out well, sometimes they don't. I'm trying this on this Tequila Sunrise. I'm doing it on a Sodbuster Junior because the Sodbuster Juniors are the least expensive case knives usually when it comes down to a line. And so this is me testing it out on this. See how it turns out, see if I like it. If I like it, I might do other patterns. Maybe if I like it. Otherwise, it might be the only one I do. I don't know. Depends on how I feel about it. So far, I'm kind of liking the way it looks. I'll see once I'm done polishing this off. And we're just about done. I think I have it matching the other side pretty well. Maybe a little darker. I'm noticing some spots that I'm missing on this side now. Yeah, it's just an existing case knife. There we go. A little more even on the lines, on the edges. Let that cool off. Have a good one, David. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. You use the scissor mostly for straight. Yeah, I can see that, stray threads on clothes. Somebody else mentioned something about that. They use their scissors for that. You prefer the screwdriver and cap lifter to the scissors in your Vic Rally? You're redoing the scales on your Boker Plus as you've gained some dangerous blade wiggle, and so are you like removing the scales and you're gonna? I know I've seen people like redo these. The thought of having to redo this horrifies me. I'm not the most hands-on person when it comes to knives. I've taken moderns apart before, but I can't imagine taking apart a traditional with like pins and stuff. I've seen people do it. I'd be worried that I'd like totally destroy it. The blue Sodbuster one, which the blue Sodbuster one? Are you talking about this one? This was a gray bone, or you were talking about the one I showed you before that my girlfriend bought me? That one I didn't toast. If you're talking about the Mediterranean blue. But this one's supposed to be a gray. It does look kind of bluish. This is supposed to be a gray bone Sodbuster Junior. I like it. It's one of my favorites. My favorites, admittedly, are like the gray bone, the sky blue trapper that I did are some of my favorites. I thought I did another one that I put in a thing somewhere. I'm losing my brain. I did another green apple, except with a lighter toast, on a copper lock. I didn't go as dark just to see how it would look, and I decided to keep it that way. So I have like this dark trapper, and then I have a lighter toasted copper lock somewhere. I just don't know where I put it. I have it somewhere. I have like 20 billion knives sitting on my desk. Yeah, I don't know where I put it. Okay, so, ooh, gotta be careful. I had a sharp bit to that. All right, I got the ridges. I think where I'm at, I got the edges to where I believe I like them. I might darken one side a little bit more on this side. We'll do that. Oh, I want to try to get an unbroken line all around, all along the edge. So if there's a light spot, I'm trying to just, I guess you can say, complete the line. The hard part is doing that without toasting anything else too dark. And then otherwise, I think I'm just about done with this. Just trying to get more of the ridges on this side. And then, like I said, once this is cooled off completely, we'll polish it off. I don't know what it is about the smell of the burnt bone also, but it makes me hungry. I mean, it's toasted bone. It's like when you're barbecuing and you smell that bone. Okay, I think that's about where I'm going to get it. So I'm going to let this cool off completely, and then we are going to. I'm at 140 degrees, so that's good. Haven't gone over 200. I'm going to let that cool down completely, and then we're good. That a polish, and then we'll see how it looks a little close up. Yeah, it does look. You know, I was looking at it, and it does look a little light blue. I'm not going to lie. You're right. It does look bluish. I had another gray bone, but I don't know what I did with it. I think I should have it on my desk here. Hold on. I have another grain bone. Actually, that one I did toast. Shoot. I toasted that other one too. I was going to see. I thought I might have a gray bone that wasn't toasted as a comparison, but I just realized I toasted this one too. There it is. This one is a mini trapper that I did like the Sodbuster Jr. A little darker on that point, but otherwise still one of my favorites. This one just happens to be a mini trapper. Yeah, it does look blue. I know this is supposed to be a gray bone. These are carbon. Yeah, high carbon blades. Pocket worn grays. And the grays themselves, without the toast, I think look fantastic. I was just trying to do, like I said, I was trying to emulate that tin roof look that Case did, and I thought I did a pretty good emulation of it. I do like these mini trappers too. Trappers of all sizes will still continue to be some of my favorite patterns. It's just axe handles have. I just really like the axe handles. They really took the cake. It's like, and I know people have like. I've heard somebody mention like, what's the difference between an axe handle and a Sodbuster Jr. Well, the axe handle, you have a different blade profile. You have a clip point for the axe handle. One of the biggest things is you have a bolster on one end, which the Sodbuster Juniors don't. You also have a half stop, which Sodbuster Juniors don't. And the handle shape of that axe handle actually is really comfortable. I really like it. Personally, it's become a favorite, which is why I've been snapping these suckers up. And I really love that half stop. I really like the fact that they have a half stop on them. Oop, my camera. Like to try one of. Hold on. Getting rid of anything apart from the spring blade. Trying to fix oak. Oh, okay. Fixing oak to brass plate. Then all the screw holes drill out. Oh, and then you're going to use brass rivets. Okay. So you're replacing the screws with brass rivets. You have to put pictures. I want to see pictures. I'm very visual. Let's see. How far are we on cooling this one? Because I'd like to polish it off. We're still at just over 100, and I see a bare spot. My biggest problem when it comes to admittedly toasting a knife is going too far. Admittedly. That's the hardest part to do, because a lot of times you'll look at it, you'll toast a knife and you'll be like, oh, I could use a little bit more here. Could use. Next thing you know, you have a knife that's completely been burnt to a crisp. So the hardest part is holding back, because I always want to add a little bit more here, add a little bit more there. I'm just trying to make myself content with it's not going to be perfectly even, and that's got to be part of the beauty of the knife when I finish with it. But that's definitely the hardest part about toasting knives, because you can always toast a knife, but you can't remove it. You can't, once it gets really dark, that's it. You can darken them, you can't lighten them. And that's one of the things I had to be content with. Let's see. Do I have one of those other ones here? No, I don't. Shoot. Yeah, freaking Case just has so many beautiful looking knives. They've been killing me. Here's a blue. This is an actual blue bone. This is the one that my girlfriend got. I showed that briefly. This is a Mediterranean blue. Really nice dark blue on this Sodbuster Jr. This one I carry a lot, because this one she got for me. So it does hold a special place there. I love the pocket worn. Feels really good. Now, in comparison to the axe handles, again, no half stop. Still feels pretty good in the hand, though. I mean, it's your typical workman knife. These things have been popular for a very long time. Very good reason. I wish they had a half stop. I think they'd be better with a half stop. Then this is now my prized possession, or a prized possession. They're all prized possessions. The Sea Dragon. I still can't believe I snagged one of these things. It blows my mind that I was. And the funny thing is, I didn't think they were going to sell out that fast. So I'm like taking my time placing the order. I'm like eating breakfast. I'm clicking away, entering passwords and stuff like that, and completed order. Awesome. And then to hear so many people freaking out because the site crashed, or they were trying to complete a sale and it was taken out of their cart because they ran out or it got sold out. Like, I knew they were going to sell out. I just didn't think it was going to be that crazy. So I am like super lucky to have this one. I just hope I can get my hands on a peanut butter and jelly. How long are the blades on which one? The blades on, well, let's see here. Sodbuster Jr. The Sodbuster Juniors, let's see. I believe they're just under 3 inches, and same with the Case axe handles. Yeah, 2.8 inches on the Sodbuster Jr. This is a Sodbuster Jr. The Case axe handles are, I believe they're the same length. Well, I'll take a look real quick. The Case axe handles, I believe they're 2.8. Where are they at? 2.74. So just like a hair small or shorter in blade length than the Sodbuster Juniors. So if they're great knives if you're in a state where like blade length is restricted, or if you have like weird restrictions, because it's not locking blade. They're all slip joints. They're under 3 inches. Yeah, great knife if you got blade restrictions. But I don't know. The axe handles, I just think they look really cool. They have a nickel silver bolster on one end, which I believe adds a little bit more strength to that, to the pivot area, since you have the bolster there. That's what I believe anyway. I like the blade profile. It's nice. I just like the shape of the handle. It's a good chunk of bone material in there if you're into those materials, things like that. So, I really got to be careful of that edge. Okay, I think this is where I want it. So what I'm going to do, I'm just giving it a quick once over. Is there anything I want to add? But maybe towards the shield. Again, I'm going to try to be really careful because I am working on that shield and I don't need to be popping the shield out. Okay, there we go. Other side. Okay. I think that's it. We'll let that cool off and we'll polish it off. Oh yeah, yeah. Because I live in a state where blade length is also restricted, except it's not statewide. It's the screwy part is it's down to the local municipalities. So I mean, you can be perfectly fine with the knife you're carrying, cross over, cross the street. And next thing you know, you're under a different set of rules. Which really sucks. So for the most part, most of the knives I carry are generally going to be about 3 inches or less. They also take into account intention, what your intentions are with the knife and things like that. So that's a major point. We've discussed that before. You don't want to be saying like you're carrying a knife for self-defense. I tend to stay away from tactical knives now. I don't carry things like that. Knives that look very aggressive, like your typical tactical type knife, I don't carry anymore because general first impressions, if it looks like it's a dangerous weapon, they're just going to consider it a dangerous weapon. Probably doesn't matter the blade length at that point or anything like that. So a lot of my knives that I carry tend to take a more utilitarian look or a less aggressive look than what I used to collect. Like that Vosteed, it's to me it's a beautiful knife, but you're not looking at something that's got like hard pointy hook things or printed out zombie killer, just goofy stuff like that. Because last thing I want to do is now, first of all, I just try not to do anything stupid to begin with, to draw attention to myself. So it's not like I find myself stopped by the police all the time. But, if that one moment just happens to happen where, police stops you for whatever reason, last thing I need to do is raise an eyebrow because I'm holding, or I've got a knife in my pocket that's like, got graphics of blood dripping down the blade or whatever word, I don't want to be raising their eyebrow. As stupid as it sounds, I should be able to carry whatever the hell I want, but I just know how the real world tends to work. And unfortunately, not everybody has the same perceptions that I do. So I just play it safe. I'd rather just stay out of trouble than have to deal with a headache, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Victorinox is another great carry because people don't think about it. It's a Victorinox. It's a Swiss Army knife. You don't think too much about it. The only people that really get bent out of shape, regardless of what the knife is TSA. You can't even carry a nail clipper on TSA without it getting tossed in the garbage or bucket or whatever. But they're the only ones that really get bent out of shape on that stuff. But yeah, I mean, Swiss Army knives they're relative. I mean, that's nuts. It's you just don't see them in that light. You just see them as tools. Mainly because they have a bunch of tools attached to them. Traditional knives, I like to carry them for similar reason because they have that. I mean, it was the knife that Grandpa used to carry. Everybody had. I remember a time when I could go to school and I could have a pocket knife on me. Nobody blinked an eye. Okay, nobody blinked an eye. If you had your Swiss Army knife, or I would have like a small, what did I have? It was a traditional style knife. I didn't pay. At the time, I wasn't collecting them. It was just the knife I happened to have. Nobody cared, and I'd use it at school for cutting certain things, whatever. Nobody gave a crap. That was never on anybody's mind. Okay. And I remember before my time, people used to bring, you had kids in high school and they'd have their hunting rifle in their truck. Nobody cared because at the time, your kid would go to school, and then after school they might go out hunting. So they had their rifle and shit in their truck or their car, and nobody cared. Nobody cared. Now you can't even point your finger. You can't even do finger guns without getting in trouble. It's nuts. Pocket Barlows. I haven't been big on Barlows personally as a pattern. I have nothing against Barlows. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm trying to cut down on certain patterns, I probably still would have a ton of Barlows. They are nice. That's another comparison that I know I've mentioned somebody. This is like a very long Barlow. I mean, Barlows are pretty similar. You got one side of a Barlow with a bolster. These are just longer, differently shaped. Usually, though, a lot of Barlows tend to have two blades. I have the only Barlows that I currently have. I might have a few Rough Rider, but they're packed away. This is one of my favorites too. Speaking of Barlows, I actually have two of these. This is one of my favorites. This is one of my favorite case knives overall, and I love carrying these. These are great. But if you want something traditional, but you're also you also like your more premium knife steels and stuff like that. You hate the idea of True Sharp or whatever, what have you. But you want something more traditional looking. Check out the Case Crossroads. Now, the Case Crossroads, they come in two different types. They come in a sodbuster, like where's my sodbuster? Like this one. This is one that I carry around with me a lot. This is a Sodbuster Crossroads. This one is blue denim micarta, which I think looks freaking awesome. You got G10 inner liners instead of brass. But the cool thing about these is they have S35 VN steel. So you got a premium steel on this. You've got more modern materials like the micarta, the Blue Jay micarta. I've seen linen micarta, stuff like that. But S35 VN steel, and these aren't very expensive. Normally, S35 VN steels hover around 100. A knife like that usually will hover around $100. A lot of times over 100. And these tend to run I think, depending on the handle material, I've seen them go for anywhere from say $70, $80. Okay. But great traditional knife if you want something with a little bit more robust steel for the blade. Crazy sharp. And just great knives overall. I love carrying the Crossroads, and they recently came out with the Barlow version. If you like Barlows, this is done in rich light, and you have G10 bolsters as opposed to a nickel bolster, nickel silver something. Again, you have your S35 VN steel. It's a single blade Barlow. These do have half stops. But your typical clip point Barlow blade, just really nice knives. And because of the rich light, they can withstand a little bit more abuse than your typical case. This is something that that same denim Crossroads, this rich light Barlow Crossroads, you can toss this sucker into a tackle box and not have that much to worry about. I mean, you still probably want to wipe it down. I mean, any steel will rust over time, even stainless steel ones. But this will handle it a lot better. Again, great steel, S35 VN steel, and if you like traditional knives but want something with more modern materials, there you go. Crossroads, it's kind of hard to beat. Do I own a little single-bladed Rough Rider Reserve Barlow? I don't know. I have to look. It's been a while since I dug around my Rough Rider catalog, my Rough Rider box, because my Rough Rider box is like buried in my closet, and I have a lot of Rough Riders. I wouldn't doubt that I have a Barlow or two. I don't think I have a Rough Rider Reserve one. Oh, do I? What was the last one that I got? I have a Rough Rider that I got relatively recently, and now I can't remember what it was. Dude, I got I have almost 500 knives, man. I have a hard time remembering half the shit I got. And I really should pay more attention to that stuff. Oh, what did I do with it? I know I had it. I know I had it just a moment ago. It was still in its box because I was reorganizing stuff, so I know I still had it in the box. But I had a Rough Rider Reserve I got just recently, and now I can't think of what I did with it. It should still be in the box. Actually, it should still be in the pile next to me, but I haven't cleaned up, and I very well might be a moron. Oh, there's my... No, that's not it. That's my Marlin. That's my Marlin spike. Whoa, my voice cracked. Okay, I don't know what I did with it. Holy crap! I might have put it in my. Rough Rider box. That's a possibility, and that might be why I'm not finding it. Because if it's in my Rough Rider box, then yeah. But I had it was a reserve, or no, was it a reserve or just a special? Whatchamahoots? No, it's not over there. Oh, that's not it. This is something else entirely. It should be, if it was going to be anywhere, it should be over here. Gosh darn it. It would probably help if I had finished doing what I was doing before and actually reorganizing my shit. I was in the middle of reorganizing stuff. And I just sort of stopped in the middle of everything because I wanted to start my stream. Okay, yeah, I don't know what to do with it. It's around here somewhere. Shoot, I'm going to have to find it in a little bit, sooner or later. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Never mind. It was right there. It was mixed in with something else. This isn't, I don't think this is a reserve, though. Oh, no, this is a teardrop. This is not a Barlow. This is what I was thinking. It's not a, this is their 30th anniversary. I think I showed this last week or the week before. Yeah, this is a teardrop, single-bladed 30th anniversary, which I think is really nice. I mean, they're not terribly expensive, but Rough Rider does put some really neat stuff out. This one came in a tin. That's why I was thinking it might be a reserve, but I don't think I have a Barlow reserve. I don't have too many Rough Rider reserves. I know I have a doctor's knife and maybe something else, but I don't think any of them are Barlow. Oh, if I do, you're buying. Unfortunately, I don't. I don't think I do. The knife that I picked, as I was looking for it, the knife that I pulled out, this one's still in its box also, was this one here. This is that ungodly sized trapper. This is it's like is it a 6 or an 8-inch trapper? This thing makes me giggle every time I pull this sucker out. Look at the size of this thing. Hold on, where's my other trapper? There's a so you can see difference inside a regular trapper, ginormous Rough Rider trapper. This thing weighs a ton. but it's got pinched and fluted bolsters. Oh my god, this thing. It terrifies me every time I try to open this thing because it's got a spring to it. And it's got a half stop, which is crazy. It would be in a black box. Yeah, with a can. That's the reserves come in a black box with a can. Yeah, I don't think I have one of those. Like I said, I have a doctor's knife that's a reserve, and I know I have another reserve, but I don't think it's a Barlow. I can't remember what it is. I'd have to look at my spreadsheet. I gotta stuff that back in the closet. Get out of there. Yeah, that thing is hilariously huge. It reminds me of my Cold Steel. I have a Cold Steel Raja 2. I don't have many Cold Steels anymore. I can't remember where I put my Raja 2 though. It's probably one of my biggest folding knives. The Raja 2, I think I put away in the case. You know what? I've been drinking a lot of coffee. We're gonna get back to this in a minute. But I've been drinking a lot of coffee. I will be right back. I just got to hit the washroom. I got to make sure I turn my mic off. Otherwise, it's going to get really awkward in here. And I'm back. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that thing is a monster. The funny thing is, I don't think I paid a lot for that. I got that on Whatnot, but I can't remember who I got that from. Oh wait, no, I didn't get that from Whatnot. Where did I get that from? I can't remember where I got that from. It wasn't Whatnot. Now that I think about it, it was from a retailer. I might have gotten it. I might have gotten it on sale from Chicago Knife Works. Maybe. It's been a while. It's been a long while. All right, let's see where this is at. That should have been. That had more than enough time. Yeah, it's nice in room temperature now. Let's go ahead. I'm going to grab a new sunshine cloth. As soon as I was just holding my sunshine cloths. There they are. I'm going to grab a new sunshine cloth and we'll give this a nice shine and see how that looks. Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys know what these are. If you don't know what a sunshine cloth is, it's essentially a jeweler's cloth, and it's a cloth that has like a mild abrasive impregnated in the cloth. And they're used for cleaning up jewelry, or polishing up jewelry, things like that. And I love them. But you do have to be careful. You don't want to use them on anything like plastic costume jewelry because, like I said, they have a mild abrasive on them. And if you use them on something that's like how do I say it? It's like if you use them on something that's just coated to look like metal, it'll rub that coating off real quick, and you're just left with like this goofy plastic-looking piece of jewelry. So, but they're great for when you're polishing up, like a lot of these pocket knives. You want to give a nice shine to them, polish up the metal parts or the blade itself, the pins or the or the shields. Like after torching, And it even feels like dry and tacky compared to like how they normally look. They have a nice little sheen on them, like this does. So what I'm going to do is, this is a new one. This one's still good. I just prefer using a new one when I burn something. They get dark like this as you use them, and you can continue to keep using them until they're practically black. You don't want to wash these though. Once they get really dark and you don't have any usable spots on the cloth really, you just toss them away. But they do last a pretty decent long time. I'm going to take that tape off too before I forget. I don't need to do that. And then we'll test the spring out. We're going to oil and then we're going to clean. Because another thing, when I'm burning these knives, you're going to burn off. You generally cook off the oil or any oils that are on there. So you'll want to reapply some oil at the pivot. Possibly, oil at the pivot along the spring. So we'll do that as well. We'll give this a good cleaning. And what I'll do is I'll just rub this all over the bone, both sides. You can see it's going to start getting dark, especially when you're polishing like metal parts on the knife. You'll get a lot of, it's oxidation, essentially, is what it is, I believe. But you can see that shield gets nice and shiny, and you can see that the bone is starting to take a polished look to it as well. But that's what this stuff does. And I go along the liners. I'll run the pins. That did toast pretty dark really quickly. The took a really quick darkening on that bone. There you go. Along the spring. And some of the dark areas might lighten up a bit because, again, the mild abrasive is getting rid of, it's essentially polishing down. And some of those darker bits might rub off a little bit, which may lighten things up. Now, the sunshine cloths will take care of, obviously it'll clean off smudges. Some very light rubbing it might take care of as well. But scratches and stuff, it's generally not abrasive enough to get rid of any real scratches. So it's great for polishing and making things look nice and clean. But don't expect it to be like to get rid of scratches on a blade. I'm cleaning off this thing entirely. This one did this have a burr on it? Oh, a little bit towards the edge. They're doing a little better. A little bit of a burr on the edge of this. Again, this was out of the box, so I didn't do anything with this yet. A little bit of a burr near the tip. There we go. Oh, you know what? I forgot to... I mucked up my thing here. My screen. There we go. So now we're getting a bit of the shine back to the bone. It's not looking so dull anymore from the toasting. I'm just making sure I get all the pins. Shine up the pins a bit. Make it look nice and clean. And also inspecting it for, did I do it too much? Are there any pin cracks? So far, so good. No pin cracks that I can see. Held up really well. Shield is still in place. That's not acting strange. I'm just making sure I'm getting every bit of this knife with a polishing cloth. Now, it is a little harder because of the jigging, so I can't really get into all of the little crevices in there, but what I'll do is I'll bunch up the cloth a little bit. So as I'm rubbing, it gets a little deeper into the nooks and crannies of the jigging. Personally, I think that the shiny points on the, like the raised portions that get really polished up make a nice contrast to the, I guess you could say, the deeper crevices. So get a little deeper in there, but I'm not trying to polish within the crevices completely. There we go. So there we go. We got a toasted. Normally, like I said, I wait till I have 2 of them, but I don't have 2 of these Southwestern Juniors. So I have a Tequila Sunrise in a sow belly. Let me pull that out. Here we go. You can do a little comparison that way. So here's the toasted one. We darkened the edges a bit. We essentially highlighted the ridges on this with some toasting. I didn't want to go too dark. You can notice a little bit of it did come off as I was polishing. It's mainly the edges around the knife itself that remain dark. But to give it a little bit more contrast, one thing to note is that dyes do react differently to toasting, and the orange does darken really quick. Now here's another Tequila Sunrise. So this is what it looked like roughly prior to toasting. This one just happens to be a sow belly, which I really like. I like sow bellies. Here's the other side. I like it. I don't know what I'd call it, but I like it. I like it enough that I might do a trapper in this one. But I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. There are going to be people that are like, oh my God, you ruined this. I like it. I can probably polish this side up a little bit more. I don't know what name I'd give it, if I were to give it a name, to be quite honest. But this one didn't come out as bad as I thought it. Again, it's experimentation, and I had pictures in my head of like what might happen, how it could turn out. This one definitely came out different than what I expected, because I did not expect the orange to just get that dark very quickly. But I do like it. I do like the contrast of the dark and the orange. You're looking at Whatnot. Never heard of it until I said you got on. Okay, Whatnot can be dangerous because I get spendy. Now, there are quite a lot of knife sellers on there. There's a lot of sellers out there. You can get a lot of different things. There's somebody that I saw was selling Wagyu beef. My girlfriend loves going on. We have so much candy. She goes on candy shows. She's won so much candy on giveaways. It's crazy. I've been giving candy away to like neighbors and friends, just giving them boxes of candy because I'm going to be getting. I don't eat candy really. I eat a little bit, but not a lot. But I'm afraid I'm going to get contact diabetes just being in the same damn apartment. But you can. There's a lot that you can get. They're live auctions. The auctions, you're bidding on stuff as it happens. You got people bidding on things, and live shows. When it comes to pocket knives, when it comes to knives, there are a few sellers that I generally stick with. I've developed a really good relationship with Chasing Blades. A lot of my traditional knives actually come from Chasing Blades. We've developed a really great relationship. They're the ones that came out with this here. This is their exclusive that they were working on with Texan Blades. They had their own exclusive. This one's a red bone. They even have blue bone versions of this. Gator jig trappers. They have single bladed gator jig trappers, muskrats, I believe, that they came out with, limited to like I think 500 pieces. But they came up with this. But they sell a lot of case knives. They sell case, buck, nearly every knife. And if they don't have it in their show, you can ask them. They could probably order it for you too. But they do sell a lot of case knives. They have buck knives. Sometimes they have German I brand knives, which are knives. They're traditional knives made in Germany. Really great knives, by the way. I got my first one from them, which was a Sodbuster Jr. like knife, except they're it's called German I brand. They sell Baron Sun, Cobra Tech. And sometimes I can get some old users from them if I'm really looking for something. In fact, I got a case hunter, a two-bladed hunter knife from them that was born on the same year that I was born. And I guess it was in his own personal collection. The guy's name is Mike. There's two brothers that run that show, Mike and Gary. And I think it was in Mike's personal collection. And he decided he would let go of it because I wanted something that was born on the same day as on the same year as my birth year. Really, really great guys. They run a very slow show. Okay, there's a lot of shows that like usually high energy. They're running auctions after auction after auction after auction, one after the other. They don't run anything until you ask them to run something. And the great thing about Chasing Blades is if like case knives. Okay, there's a lot of people that complain about. I will admit I love case knives. Don't get me wrong, freaking love case knives. But there can be knives with quality issues. Okay, there have been people that complain about the quality issues with case knives, either coming with, severely scratched or just poor quality control. One of the cool things with Chasing Blades is they will show you the exact knife that you're getting. So if you want to, like, if they have one in the box, they will pull it out. You can see what you're going to get. They will go over the knife. And he's been known, like Mike's been known to like open a knife that they got in a shipment. He'll open it up and show you, and he'll go like, oh, wait a second, there's a lot of blade rub on this knife. Okay. And then what he'll do is he'll box it up and he's like, I'm not selling it. And he will box it up and he will bring it back. He will send it back to case. Do I have a white fan with free candies? No, I do not. I do not have a free candy sign. But if Mike's not happy with a knife, he will box it back up and he will not sell it. He won't even sell them generally at a discount. Like people have asked, like, I'll buy it, at a discount. He generally won't even sell that because quality is one thing that he takes value in. But yeah, you'll get a chance to actually look over the knife. And that's one thing that I like, because case knives are one of those knives that if you're buying case, it's really a good idea to be able to look at the knife or either handle it in hand or have somebody take a really good look before you make the purchase. Because yeah, there can be QC issues with these knives. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why I like Chasing Blades. Chasing Blades, I probably bought the most traditional knives from them. There are other sellers that I've bought traditional knives from. One of them, another good one, is Appalachia freeze dried knives. Part of the reason is because he sells like freeze dried candy also. He makes his own freeze dried candy, but he does sell case knives. Really great guy. And RL Simp is another one. RL Simp, I go to RL Simp. I go to his shows when I want a case knife that I'm having a hard time finding anywhere else. Like, for example, Chasing Blades, they have a great assortment of case knives and stuff, but one problem that they have is they can't really get exclusive case knives. Okay. They're not a huge seller, so they have difficulty getting some of those limited or exclusive knives. RL Simp, I don't know how he does it. I know he sells a lot of knives, and that probably is part of the reason. But if I'm looking for exclusive knives like Coralon knives, for example, Case Correlon. RL Simp will usually have a few in his shop. In fact, RL Simp sells enough Case that he actually got in touch with Case. And do I have it out here, or is it already? It might be already put away. I'm going to have to grab that box. But he does enough business with Case knives that he was able to work with Case. And he came out with his own Case exclusive knife. RL Simp's, he has the name for RL Simp's store is called Cowbell Cutlery. And he was able to work with Case where he got his own exclusive. So he designed these knives. And these are limited knives. He's coming out with, like, the one I got was a Trapper. And it's called the Case Caramel Apple Glow. He's coming to, I think he was doing Rust Locks. He might be doing Sodbuster Juniors in the same way and other patterns. But he came out with these Trappers. These were limited. And this thing is just so cool looking. This was a design RL Simp made. Case, he talked to Case. He talked to Michael Prater, because anything that's Correlon is done by Michael Prater, and came out with a Caramel Apple Glow, which is awesome. Hey, a chicken fried steak. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. So yeah, when it comes to exclusive knives or harder to find Case knives, I generally check with RL Simp. But those are the three, and mainly chasing blades, but those are the three sellers on Whatnot that I tend to buy my traditional knives from. When it comes to more modern knives, I generally do more business. I generally buy more from Blade City, which is probably one of the biggest sellers on Whatnot for knives. Blade City and Going Gear. Because Going Gear, a lot of times I can get some fantastic deals from Going Gear for some modern knives. Blade City just has a huge selection. I could usually get a pretty darn good deal from Blade City as well. But those are the five sellers that I do the most business. Oh, Bardstown Blades Co. Almost forgot about them. And Bardstown Blades Company. But I've gotten Bardstown Blades. I've gotten what's the Rosecraft knives from, which I'm starting to get a real liking to. So chasing blades is my top favorite when it comes to traditional knives. And then you have Appalachia Freeze Dried. You have RL Simp. Let's see, order wise. Chasing blades is my top favorite. RL Simp, Appalachia Freeze Dried, and Bard's Blade Co. I don't know if I can really put a ranking on any of them. I just know that they're really good. And then Blade HQ and Going Gear are my top favorite ones for purchasing modern knives from. And there's a lot of great sellers out there. Those are just the ones I do the most business with. So if you're not sure where to start, that's a good place. Those are good places to start if you're jumping into Whatnot. But yeah, I mean, if you're looking to save money, but increase your knife collection, Whatnot's a great place to get some really great knives at really decent prices. I mean, really good prices. You do have to be aware sometimes, and it's not all the time. It's a lot of times it's other buyers. They could drive prices up. Like, for example, okay, so we have this knife here. This is RL Simp's exclusive, the Case Caramel Apple Glow. I think he was starting them out at like 115 was his starting price. But they were jumping again because they were limited, and a lot of people are trying to get their hands on them because there's really nothing else like this Trapper. They were going for upwards of like $250, and that's from other bidders, trying to win one at auction. And I forgot how many of these he sold, but average cost probably was close to around like $225 to almost $250 to get one of these caramel apple glows, and he was like I said, he was starting them off at like 115. So, excuse me. Hey, Prelude, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. And same thing with some knives. So you do have to be a little careful. Again, one of the reasons why I like chasing blades is they don't ramp up the price themselves, where some sellers might charge more if a knife is harder to find. Like this one, for example. This is that Sea Dragon. Now, again, when I got this retail from SMKW for $99. That's its retail cost. But I saw on auction they went up to, they were going like $300 because they're just so hard to find. Rosecraft comes out of, I don't know where Rosecraft comes out of, to be quite honest. I will say that I've gotten 4 Rosecraft knives, and they've been amazing. The Rosecraft knives have been that I got were amazing knives. Great snap, really strong springs, perfectly centered in there, and 14C 28N steel, decent knife steel, decent cost. And those were my first real Rosecraft knives. I haven't gotten any Rosecraft knives prior to the new ones that came out this year at 14C 28N, and I even bought them from different retailers. And I bought a couple from Bladestown or Bardstown Blades Company. I bought a couple. I think I bought one from Knife Center, and I think I bought one from some other retailer, and they were consistent across those 4 knives, being perfectly centered, strong spring, like really strong springs. QC on them was great. So if they are from if they are from the Rough Rider factory, they're doing something special over there with those Rosecrafts. You sold a Kubi hamster recently. Kubi hamster. Why am I not? It's a Kubi hamster. Hold on a second. I'm gonna look, because I'm not familiar with that one. I'm familiar with the Kubi, but do I own the Jack? No, I wish I did. I really would love a Jack Wolf. I don't have a Jack Wolf, and unfortunately I missed out on the gateways and stuff. I would have grabbed a gateway if I could, but a lot of the Jack Wolves tend to start running a little bit more than I'm even comfortable spending on. Oh, okay, the frame lock titanium hamster. Whoa, that's an interesting blade shape. I have a few Kubis, but they're the Kubis that I have were kind of like the earlier ones. Nothing really special about them, but nice to see that they're upping their game a bit. That hamster looks pretty sweet. That's the unicorn of Kubis? No kidding. You're serious again, the 80 or looking at the 80s one? Yeah, I hope I can get my hands on a Jack Wolf sooner or later. I personally don't like. I try not to spend over $300 on a knife, mainly because I'm not rich. I am poor. If I spend a lot on a knife, I'm eating ramen for like a good couple of weeks. And I save up, and I try to space things out, and I try to be really careful about what I get, and I deal hunt like crazy. Oh my God, do I deal hunt? But part of the reason why 300 is like my ceiling isn't because the only reason 300 is like my ceiling is because if I get, say, a knife that's $250, okay, I have a few knives that are around there. I have a few knives that are just under 300. But once I get to that point, I get very I like to use my knives. I do have knives that I don't use, and they're there for just as collector's items, but I do like to use the majority of my knives. And if I get a knife that's like just around $300, I start getting a little skittish about taking it out anywhere. If it gets close to $300, it ends up becoming like a safe queen, a conversation piece, a collector's item that just is there for conversation to share. because if something were to happen with that knife, I would have a lot harder time replacing it. I have a much harder time replacing a knife that expensive. Whereas, something less expensive, I have no problem using, because I know if something were to happen, I could much easier replace a knife that costs a lot less. I'm trying to stay away from even some exclusives because I have the same thing. Like, I don't want to use this knife because it's so pretty, and that's going to be hard to get another one, if not impossible to get another one. And I'm trying not to do that very often. Because I like to use my knives. I still do it, but anyway, you see me a lot on Blade HQ. Yeah, I hang out on Blade HQ a bit. Usually when Chasing Blades is not on, I'll hang out on Blade. I'll hang out on Blade HQ or on Going Gear or RL Simp. Those are the ones I tend to spend most time on. If Chasing Blades isn't on. Rosecraft and Rough Rider Reserve. I don't have enough to compare Rough Rider Reserve. All I can tell you is that I'm really impressed with the. Now, I don't know about previous Rosecrafts, because I've heard of some complaints on earlier Rosecraft knives from a few people. I have heard of some complaints on the quality control. All I can say is my experience with Rosecraft is on the ones that are 14C 28N steel that were released this year. All the Rosecraft ones I have were released this year, and those are the only ones I can really remark on it. Those have been freaking amazing. Those have been really, really good. The quality control, the fit and finish, just surprised the heck out of me. So yeah, I'm really impressed with the Rosecraft blades, but I can only speak about the ones that were released this year. I don't have any other Rosecrafts other than those. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on a few of the earlier ones just to see. But another thing I noticed about Rosecraft is they sell a lot. They sell out a lot really fast. At least the 14C28N ones sold out really quick. And I know on their website, I believe they're you can't get them on the website, and you'll have to go to I got mine. I believe I got one from Knife Center. I got two from Bardstown Blades Co., and they're a whatnot seller. I found out about them because they showed up in one of my lives, and I decided to visit their store, their auctions. I can't remember where I got the other one from. I wish I could remember. Anyway, yeah, and I purposely got them from different places because I wanted to see how the quality control was if I spread out to different retailers. You saw a new knife that Blade HQ has out for $900. Oh, I've seen a lot. I've seen a $10,000 knife. I think Neves Knives had one in one of his videos that ran about $10,000. Yeah, no. Believe me, if I won the lottery and I had the money for it, sure, I would grab myself a $1,000 knife, not thinking anything of it. But I am not a lottery winner. I don't have a lot of money. I like to eat and pay my bills, so I do have some self-imposed limits. Oh, the G&G Hawk Talon. Good grief. Yeah, some of those. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to have them. They're just way out of my price range. And I'm doing this. I like doing this channel for fun. I'm not expecting to be some huge moneymaker on YouTube or anything. I do this because I've said this before. I've learned. I've been collecting knives for a very, very long time, for a good several years, if not a couple decades. I've been collecting knives for a very, very long time. But I started this channel less than a year ago. We're getting close to almost a year. And I have learned more about pocket knives and other things pocket knife related. I've learned more since starting this channel than I ever had in my whole, if you were to ball up all my years of collecting. I've learned more doing this channel because I've gotten a chance to talk with a lot of other people that, have the same hobby. And so, being able to talk to other people, that share the same hobby and share same interests and stuff like that. This has been fun. This has been great fun. which is like the biggest reason why I do this. Now, don't get me wrong, if I can make some money doing this, freaking awesome. I'm not going to turn away cash, but that's the big thing was to just meet people, chat with people that share the same hobby and interests, and in that regard, it's been going fantastic. It's been going great, and I've been loving every moment of it. So really, thank you guys for being here, spending time with me, and chatting with me on this stuff, because I've never in all my time collecting, I've never learned as much as I've been learning now in this hobby of mine. I don't know. What do you guys say? I like it. I don't know what I'm going to call it. I don't know what I'm going to call it. Toasted Tequila Sunrise. There we go. I think I'm good. I'm not going to do anything further on it. I like it. I just don't know what name I'd give it. I'm trying to think of something that it looks like. But yeah. There we go. I think it turned out pretty well. Again, I know it's not everybody's thing. I enjoy toasting some of these. I think they come out really well. Some of them are hit and miss. Some come out better than others. But that's the game I play when it comes to customizing a case knife. But that was that one. These are just some of the other ones that I've customized in the past. This was my first customization. The meat stick over here. I call it the steak. I don't know. Steak, the carnivore. Carnivore sounds kind of cool. What happened to the slip for that one? I had that in a leather slip, and I don't know where I put it. Oh, I know where I put it. I think it's when you have a knife that fits only when you put it in a leather slip, they tend to only fit certain things. Like they conform to that knife. So I'm trying to remember. That went to that slip. How the hell am I missing a knife? Oh, here it is. Then my Barlow went in here. There we go. But yeah, these are some of my favorite knives that I've toasted. The grays came out really well. The blues came out really well. The steak wasn't intended, but I still think looks neat. I was trying to get bacon out of it. It did not happen. But yeah, these are the knives that I've toasted. I like them. I've seen people do more stuff with them. I've seen people do re-dyes and things like that. I'm just enjoying toasting some of these. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. You have a sunfish style RRR. I have a sun. Actually, I think that's the other one I have. Is a sunfish. I call them elephant toes. The Rough Rider Reserves generally have a really good fit and finish to them. They're generally pretty good. I know the regular Rough Riders tend to be a little bit more lax in QC, but I mean when you're looking at a knife that's like anywhere from $10 to $15, I can't complain too much. Missing a knife sounds yes. I've got like I'm closing around 450 knives, I think. And I'll admit I've been a little lax on my spreadsheet. I've got like 50 knives. I've probably got to add to that thing. I've got like 50 knives. I probably got to add to that spreadsheet. I kept a spreadsheet for a while, so that way, because my memory's not great, and I've had a couple instances where I've bought the same knife like 3 times because I simply forgot that I owned it. That a friend of mine ended up creating a spreadsheet for me that I can fill out anytime I get a new knife, and I've been a little lax these last few weeks and haven't been adding to it like I should. So I've got to do that. I've got to start that back up again. You carry every knife you own, Slappy, but carry the Cobra Tech the least because of the switchblade factor in your. Oh, okay. Yeah, I love that knife. I like I said, I know exactly the one you're talking about. Love that knife. I actually got mine from Chasing Blades as well. But I don't carry them often because, again, the same thing fits, like we were talking about intent. And the problem with a lot of autos, switchblades or out the front, is while your intent may be, it's just a tool. Your intent will only go so far when somebody just looks at it and sees switchblade, if you know what I mean. Sometimes you just can't sway somebody's view. If it looks like a switchblade, it's a bad knife in their view. You're going to use me? Hold on. The only reason I'm collecting these and not, originally I wanted to have a firearm channel. Problem is it's a lot easier to hide a larger collection of these than it is to hide a larger collection of firearms. How many knives do you have? 200 or so, maybe. I don't know. I can't remember. They all fit in the closet. Just, you know what, Prelude, you know what you do? You have somebody call you on your cell phone while it's, whoops, I'll call them back later. You know what you do? You ask the seller to send you an invoice that says, congratulations on your giveaway win. Toss them $5, and they can send, and then maybe they'll send you when you buy a knife, they'll include a giveaway invoice. So so where'd you get that knife, honey? Oh, I won it on a giveaway. There you go. Yeah, I won it on a giveaway. That's how I got that knife. Yeah, I won a $300 knife in a giveaway. Which I've seen happen before. I've seen people win some crazy knives. Hasn't happened to me. I'm trying to think of the biggest knife that I won on a giveaway. Well, at least, well, not biggest physically, but I can't think of. I know I've won a few giveaways. I just can't remember what giveaways or what knives. I do know one knife I did win in a giveaway. The funny thing is, it was when I bought that one from RL Simp, the Caramel Apple Glow. I bought that knife. I won an auction, and he was running giveaways every so often for anybody that bought stuff. And I won a buyer's givey, and I won a case buffalo horn jig trapper. I actually already had one of these, but I'm not going to say no to a second one. But I won this after buying that exclusive. And if you don't know what a buffalo horn jig trapper is, this is what it is. These typically run about $100, if not maybe a little over. It's buffalo horn for the scales. Nice thick buffalo horn. Look at this. Look at this. That's thick. The actual buffalo horn, your typical trapper with your California clip point and your spade blade secondary. But yeah, I won this one for free from their giveaway. That was after getting that exclusive. So it happens. You can get lucky and win. I've won quite a few. Some knives are better than others. This is probably one of my nicer wins. I've won a couple Cobra Tech traditionals. I won a Cobra Tech traditional from Chasing Blades. Chasing Blades doesn't run giveaways very often. That's one of the reasons why they keep their prices so low, is because they generally don't run giveaways. But there was a point or two where they ran one, and I won like a Red Bone Cobra Tech trapper, which they're really nice actually. They make some great trappers. And I can't remember what else. Sometimes you win. A lot of times, depending on what the giveaway is, like a followers giveaway, which is something where you can enter the giveaway, like anybody can enter the giveaway. Depending on where you go, Blade HQ has been known to run some really nice giveaways that anybody can enter, and then they've been known to run some really nice buyer buyers giveaways, and those are the giveaways that you can enter if you bought something. Sometimes you'll win something like this. But I'm not going to say no to a knife. This is I don't know, this is I think this is made by Frost Cutlery. Just a single blade Chinese made something. No, yeah. Frost Cutlery surgical steel. The funny thing is this thing's sharper as hell. It's got great snap, but I use it for opening packages all the time. But this was a giveaway just for being in the show. In fact, I got another one that's similar to it. But yeah, there's giveaways on whatnot. A lot of times Blade HQ holds some of the best ones, in my opinion, if you're looking for really good modern knives. I've seen them give away like MSI, like Microtex, MSIs, Remets. I've seen them give away some pricey knives. But usually Blade HQ has some of the bigger audiences too, so you're going up against a lot of people. Do I have a canoe nearby that I can put in the case slip? Are you talking about what kind of case slip? Are you talking this kind of case slip? These will fit a canoe. These will fit an axe handle. I've got an axe handle in one of these slips. You can see how it fits, just like that. So a little bit pokes out, makes it easier to take out, though, in my opinion. I have Sodbuster Juniors in these slips. I have another slip. This one is a Barlow. I have another slip that I have my. This one has a sow belly in it, so you can see how a sow belly fits in that one. I have these will hold like a mini trapper. This one's a mini trapper, so it holds a mini trapper really well. And when you think of a canoe, I don't have too many canoes. This one is a purple or blue curly oak canoe. And when you consider the size of a canoe versus a sodbuster, they should fit in that slip pretty easily. Like that, like so. The only thing, I try not to mix my slips up too much. The only thing is, like, once you have a knife in a slip that's why I didn't leave it in there too long. Once you have a knife in a leather slip like this for long enough time, they conform to that blade. And while they'll hold this blade really well, if I try to put any other knife in here, unless the knife is bigger, it won't hold it as well. It'll probably just fall right out because this leather has conformed to this particular knife. There are ways to kind of like reset the leather, and that involves like wrapping the knife in like plastic wrap and then putting it in the slip and then essentially soaking it in water, and then that will conform the slip to a different knife if you want to do it that way. Personally, I'll just buy another slip. These are like what, $12 maybe. I'll just buy another. I have like a lot of these slips. Now the button slips, these are like more like sheaths because they have a loop in the back you can attach to your, you can loop your belt through. These I'll use for bigger knives like regular size trappers, because the regular size trappers are a little too big for your regular pocket slips. So I have these case soft leather slip or soft leather pouches that I use for the trappers. Anything Sodbuster Junior or case axe handle and smaller, I can fit in one of these. I have to get more of these, by the way. This one was in a case, one of my hard cases. But yeah, something like that. This will fit in a leather slip easily enough, no problem. I think those are the only. I like the case slips because I bought some cheap slips from other manufacturers, and they're just not as thick or robust unless you want to spend a lot more. And the case slips, like from Chasing Blades, I actually got all my case slips from Chasing Blades because they run about around $12 they were. Maybe the herringbone ones, like the smooth ones, maybe at $12. Maybe these were like 10 and these were 12. I can't remember the cost, but they're not terribly expensive. These tend to maybe run maybe a couple dollars more, but they're not terribly expensive. They're a decently thick enough leather. They're not super thick, but they're decently thick enough, because I've tried other slips from like Amazon, like this thing here, and you can see this was maybe like $9, but you can see how thin this is and kind of flimsy, admittedly. I mean, it works for what it is. In fact, I still use this one. I keep my Kaiser trestle in there, but I really like the slightly thicker case slips. I think they're just nicer overall. The stitching's really nice. I think they look great, but that's what I use anyway for my case knives, and then I'll just toss them in my pocket. You can only find them on eBay. Anywhere else you can find those. Like I said, I got mine on Whatnot from Chasing Blades. The only problem is Chasing Blades doesn't run their shows until they generally run a show sometimes twice a day, but usually Tuesday through Friday. So they're not on in the weekend. That's where I got most of mine. Other than that, you can usually find these slips from generally anybody that sells case. You can usually find these slips. I'm trying to think who off the top of my head. SMKW probably has them. smkw.com. I bought from their website. Knife Center probably has some. I don't know about Blade HQ or Blade City, but SMKW comes to mind because they sell a lot of traditional knives. I mean, they own Rough Rider, so I would think and I know they sell quite a lot of case. They do a lot of heck. You're like, this is an SMKW exclusive. They do a lot of business with case, so I would think that they have some slips on SMKW. I don't know their prices though. You have a slip that holds your SAK, a pen, and a Streamlight. You can see you can see the corkscrew, and then once you've had a knife in a leather slip, it conforms to it, and that's going to be the only thing that slip's going to be able to hold well, unless you were to, like, say, soak the slip in water and then let it dry. But they're great though. Like, the case axe handle that I have, this one, it's not going anywhere. And it fits, in my opinion. I think it fits perfectly in there. It's like anything bigger than the case axe handle or Sodbuster Jr., I'd probably go to something like this. Or maybe if another manufacturer makes a larger version in this way, maybe check one of those out. I don't know of any manufacturers personally. I don't even know if Case makes a bigger one. I should see if Case makes a bigger one of these types of slips, because I actually really prefer these, because it's easy to just pull it out of the slip, use, and then literally slip it back in. And they're great to keep your knife from clinking around anything else you've got in your pocket. Like a lot of times I'll have coins and stuff like that. And I've had older knives where the coin will end up slipping inside the knife well, wedged between the blade and the knife well, or whatever. And if you like your knives looking good, they're a great way to keep your knives looking decent. So that's what I'd like to use. Those are favorites. Let me see, what else did I have in? Oh, we were going to talk about other ways that I store knives. Well, we got the slips, the leather slips. I've heard, I know some people have said, like, okay, I have a lot of knives. Oh my God, I have so many of these slips, okay, that are just sitting on my desk. And the reason why I just keep them in here, like, I have select knives that sit in these slips, because I'd like to be able to just grab one and go. Okay, like if I feel like carrying, my Crossroads, I have it in this slip, I'll just grab that, throw it in my pocket, and I'm off. I feel like grabbing a Sodbuster Jr., grab that one and I go. And these sit on my desk, and they stay in the slips. And I've heard people say, don't keep your knives in a leather sheath, because they'll rust or something like that. Because leather has been known to absorb moisture. Now, the only time I've heard of a knife rusting in leather is usually somebody saying a friend of a friend had his rust, or somebody, a friend of somebody I know, their knife rusted because he kept it in leather. I have not yet had any knife rust. Now, granted, I haven't had, like the leather's been dry. It's not thrown, I don't take it out in the rain. It hasn't been dunked in water. I can imagine if it was dunked in water, yeah, you run into a problem. But provided that you're not getting the leather sheath wet, I haven't had any issues with my knives sitting in a leather sheath so far. In fact, the funny thing is, hold on a second. Let me move these out of the way. I still have the oldest knife in my, not the oldest knife made, but probably the first knife I ever bought on my own when I was a kid. I don't know how I managed to hang on to it. I honestly don't know, because there has been a few times in my life that I know I've lost it, and somehow I still managed to find it and then hang on to it without even trying. It just managed to stick around with me. And that, let me move these out of the way here. I'm going to put these back on the mat. These were all the ones that I got today. Aside, or including that Ontario rat, although that's back in the box. I've had this knife. This knife was something that I think you were able to buy. Excuse me. I think it was from either Sears or JCPenney. Oh, you're gonna get one for your canoe. Oh, it's a meaningful gift. You don't want it to get jacked up. Oh, yeah, I would definitely get something to protect that then. This one is probably the very first knife I've ever bought. And I've carried this a lot. And usually, we're talking about wet conditions. Usually I had this tossed into a fishing tackle box. Excuse me. And it's been kept in this leather sheath. This is the original leather sheath that this came in. This is called a it's called a Sharp. I've had this knife has been with me for decades. Do you see any rust on there? There has been a little pitting, it looks like, but I don't know if that's due to rust. I don't even think that was. And this has been sharpened a few times. It's been cleaned a few times. Okay, it's got a razor edge on it right now because I've sharpened it again. I don't even know what this handle is made out of. I don't know if that's real wood or not. But I don't know if that's real wood or not. But I've had this for an insanely long time. And in the same sheath, this sheath is not the greatest sheath. I mean, you'll see in a second. There you go. Not the greatest sheath, but this has been through a lot. This has been with me through a lot of adventures. It's been thrown in a tackle box. A lot of times when I've gone out fishing, I know it's gotten wet, and I don't know. Maybe it was just a lot better knife than I thought. It's kept up. I don't know how I still have this thing. So when it comes to the whole leather thing and corrosion, God darn it, everybody's calling me now. When it comes to the leather and corrosion, I haven't run into any issue. So I don't know. I myself haven't run into any problems. Take that for what you will. Maybe I'm just lucky. But what kind of canoe is it? Are you talking about the Rough Rider Reserve one? That came in a tin, or is this a different canoe you're talking about, Slappy? You'll have to get on the Discord and send a picture. I'd love to check it out. Excuse me. This cough is going to drive me nuts. Where's my coffee? I'll take this out of the box again so we can see everything that came in this last week. But as far as other methods of storage, Normally, the other way I store a lot of my knives are in the hard cases. If I don't have a display though, or anything like that, admittedly they're still in a box. A lot of my case knives are in a shoebox, because I don't have a way of displaying them, or I need to get another case for my cases. That sounds weird. But typically, let me move some of this stuff. Yeah, I'll move some of this stuff out of the way. Typically, I like to use these things. Move that out of the way too. Got knives everywhere. This one's the smallest one that I have. This is from Casematics. I can't really zoom out anymore. This one I believe holds like 40, and I have a bunch of case knives in this one. These are other knives that I like to use, but I don't have enough slips, so I throw them in this padded case. They do have different sizes. I think the next one up holds like 56 knives, obviously a lot bigger. This is a soft foam. These are great. They're waterproof. They have a little rubber gasket, whatever you want to call it, around the edge. And they'll hold knives that are up to like, I believe, 5 inches in length folded. They got foam under the top cover, and as you can see, this one holds quite a bit. Now, I do have my own qualms about this brand. Casematics is great. It's been working really well. There's one problem that I've noticed with this one, though, is that it's a soft foam. So, this type of case, you need to leave flat. You don't want to store this case like on its edge, like on its side. Okay. Reason being is because of this soft foam interior, eventually they start to distort. And when you're having it resting on its side, the weight of the knives in general, they'll just, let's move I'll push this one on. They'll start to, as they rest, they'll push down on that foam. Okay. And eventually all your knives, your foam ends up in a weird, goofy shape like that. Some people might not give a crap. I don't know. Personally, I think, once if they all start distorting like that, it just looks really strange to me. But that's probably my only qualm about this. Otherwise, I mean, they're great cases. The soft foam won't scratch up your knives if, you're keeping some pricey stuff that you want to keep pristine in there. They work really well for holding a lot of knives. And, for temporary transport and stuff like that, they're kind of hard to beat. And then they clamp shut like so. The other one I have is a little too big to put on my table, but it's made by Case Club. They have a much denser, harder, or stiffer foam on the interior. So resting the Case Club one on its side probably won't affect the foam as much. However, it's just a little harder to deal with because all the cutouts of that harder, denser foam, you really have to take time preparing your case to essentially accept any of the knives. But the nice thing is that you can kind of customize each slot to a particular knife size, and they'll hold it a lot more secure. I wish I had an example of, that I could put on the table. Actually, I might have an example of some of the foam so you can see what I'm talking about. Because I keep some of the foam cutouts in case I decide to move knives around. Let's see, you got this soft foam. This is a much denser foam. There we go. It still squishes, but it's much stiffer than this softer foam. But it's still soft enough where it won't scratch your knives. It'll keep them nice, snug, and safe. Just a little bit more pain in the butt to deal with because they come in a lot of small, like each slot for a knife on the case on the case club has several pieces of that foam inside that you have to pluck out. Again, because you're able to customize how big of a knife you want to put in there, or if you have a really tiny knife, you can leave some of that foam in, and you don't have to worry about trying to dig into your case to get a small knife. So that's how I contain most of my knives. Otherwise, if I don't have a display that I can put them in, they remain in their boxes until I can sort them out. I was actually, like I said, I was in the middle of sorting everything out. I just haven't finished yet. And I have quite a few of these cases. To the point I still need another one because I'm starting to overflow again. But there we go. All the knives I got this week, customized one of them, the Tequila Sunrise. Let me know what you think. I like it. I don't know what I'd call it. In fact, I don't know if I want to add another touch burn to it. I'm trying not to. I feel like I want to, and then I'm like, no, I think I'm good. I can't think of a name for this one. I like it because it gives a little bit more definition to the ridges. The brown kind of fits the orange a little bit, or the dark brown. So we customized one, got an exclusive from Chasing Blades, got an exclusive from SMKW. The red bone toothpick just looks classy as all get out. My other axe handle. And the only modern I got this week was this Ontario Rat in Magna Cut. I still think this is probably going to be one of the best buys this year. I mean, Magna Cut steel, under $100, done well, and just, this is an amazing price for a great knife. I don't know about anybody else, but I like these. Great ergonomics, just a great user, and now even better steel for the blade, and for just the killer cost on this thing. A little longer, so if you have really strict blade restrictions, you might be left out. I mean, I'd still carry this. I don't think I'd have a problem. But obviously, depending on the place you're at, if they're super strict about it, it's just something to consider. I do hope they come out with the Magna Cut in a Rat 2 size. But until then, this is what we got. But I'm not complaining. This is a freaking awesome knife. I'm going to do a more in-depth video on that one later on, hopefully by sometime this week. It's probably the best organizational way to handle those knives, those cases. The only problem is if you have a lot of cases now, you're trying to figure out where to put the cases. Like I have a stack of cases now where I have I have 4 cases right now of varying sizes. The one that I showed you, I have 2 of that size. I have one little bigger than that, and then the case club is my biggest one. I think if I remember correctly, that one holds like 90 knives. And the only downside is now trying to figure out where to put the cases. And I currently have them stacked up in the closet. And I still feel the need, like I'm going to need a couple more case, at least another case. I don't know about a couple more, but I'm probably going to need at least another case. I just don't know what I want to get. I'm hoping to get some displays because there's a lot of case knives I'd love to put on display, and a few modern knives I'd love to put on a display case because they're knives that I love them, but for one reason or another, either they're limited, hard to get, or hard to replace, I should say. Or stuff, then I'd rather just have them in a display. For the most part, I try to get knives that I can use, though, because I know I'm going to get myself in trouble just if I continue to keep collecting knives that I don't want to use. There's so many exclusives and stuff out there that temptation gets pretty bad. It can get pretty bad. And you weren't able to find, so they were out of those slips. Well, that kind of sucks. I wonder, they do tend to go pretty quick. Let's see here. They do tend to go pretty quick. I'm trying to see if I can find another retailer that has them. The only other one that I can think of would be Knife Center. Otherwise, I know Chasing Blades has them, but then you'd have to wait for one of their shows. I don't know how many they have on hand, but I'm pretty sure they still have them. They sell them. They do sell them quite a bit. Case leather slip pouch, $10 for a herringbone, out of stock. Wow, are they out of stock everywhere? You make me sad. So Knife Center's out of stock even. SMKW was going to be like, in my opinion, it was going to be my best. Oh, I had to look at SMKW. Stop it. SMKW exclusive Victorinox Tinker designs. Oh, wow. Those look neat. Okay. Nope. Not looking. I already did a freaking random purchase last live. I don't need to do another freaking last minute purchase on this live. I'm getting myself in trouble as it is. Case leather slip. Poop. They are, yeah, out of stock. Who else is out of stock? Or who else might have them? Amazon doesn't have them. I know that. Deadwood or Shepherd's Hill might have them. Deadwood knives I've purchased from before. They're great. Shepherd's Hill Cutlery also does a lot of they do a lot of case stuff. They have a lot of exclusives of their own. So they might be a good place to, oh shoot, you know what? Yeah, even Shepherd's Hill Cutlery they carry them normally, but they are currently on back order. Wow. Okay. If Shepherd's Hill Cutlery doesn't have them and they're on back order, then trying to find them might not be as easy as I thought. Deadwood Knives does normally carry them, but they are showing out of stock as well. eBay's $20 or $20 shipped. That's easily on the slips I've been seeing are roughly around $10. For just the slip, I'm gonna guess. So I don't know how much the shipping is on eBay. I don't know if it's offering 10, the shipping's 10. That might be your only bet. I'm not seeing them from other retailers, unfortunately. Everybody else that I normally do business with appear to be out of stock, which is a shame. Because I was just thinking I could use a few more myself. I'm just gonna have to wait to see if I'm just gonna have to wait to see if Chasing Blades has any in stock. I know I have another slip coming from them, but it's not made by Case. I guess they have these leather slips that a friend of theirs makes that look about the same quality as Case. I don't have it yet. It's supposed to be coming in. It's supposed to be coming next week, so I can't say anything on how it is until I get it in. It looks about the same size. They look really nice, but they are considerably more expensive at about like $18-19 a slip because they are handmade by somebody that's they know personally. So yeah, a little bit more expensive. Once I have it in hand next week, I'll show everybody, and I don't even know what kind of knife I'm going to throw in there. But we'll be able to do comparisons, see how it is. It looks really nice, I can say that for sure. Nice and thick, too. Yeah, I'm not showing... God, everybody I've checked has those slips out of stock. Except for eBay. The only other thing I can think of, other than eBay, but you're probably going to run into a similar price, is Whatnot. The The only problem with that is the only seller that I know of that sells those is Chasing Blades. RL Simp, if he's on, might have them. But I don't know when RL Simp is running his next show. I'm checking out Whatnot right now, but I'm not seeing RL Simp on. Who's another seller that does traditional knives? Not seeing them. Okay. That bites. Yeah, I have no idea. That makes me sad. Wish I could help you out a little bit better. But I am not seeing availability. Or at least I'm not seeing the shows that I normally frequent, and I have no idea who else might be carrying them. We could do a search. See anybody that might be selling these. Thunder 50? No. If somebody has the leather slip. Yeah, the Thunder 50 has a leather slip on Whatnot for sale, but they're going at $15 a piece with $4.35 shipping plus tax. So you're going to be looking at about like 20. Yeah, you're going to be looking at like $20, a little over $20. But they're the only ones that I'm showing have anything in stock. Is a guy named Thunder 50 on Whatnot, and he's currently running a show. Yeah, handmade ones are going to be a lot more expensive. Unfortunately, the handmade one that I'm waiting on, like I said, it's just under $20, which to me is an amazing price for a handmade, and it looks fantastic. At least when he was showing me, it looked great. That's an amazing price for one, because usually, like if I'm looking on Amazon, I'm seeing other slips like that. They're going for like 30 something bucks. Pretty crazy. Etsy probably even more. Wouldn't surprise me. Okay. All right. Well, we're nearing the end of the live stream. I normally end mine about 6 o'clock. So, any questions? Any questions on anything you've seen? Anything I've done? Anything that I do? Or just anything to chat about in terms of knives? Let me know what you'd like to hear. If you want to see something a little bit more closely, if you're curious about what else I might have in my collections and things like that, let me know. Got about 10 minutes left, so this is where I like to chat it up and just shoot the shit, I guess. Talk about more random knife stuff. And oh god, people keep trying to call me. Okay. I use my phone for recording, so it's kind of and not everybody realizes I do this stream. But yeah, it is what it is. I will call them back. But yeah, if you have any questions on anything that you've seen, want to see a knife a lot closer, just any questions about the hobby in general, ask away. This is how I learned too. In the meantime, I'll just keep checking to see if I can find that slip anywhere. But it doesn't appear to be like I'm having much luck. I'm having trouble finding it. It's not just you. The slips are in high demand. They're very popular because they're good quality. I mean, they're not like paper thin leather. They're good quality leather. Stitching's really good. I think they look great. This and the herringbone. No, where's the herringbone one? They do what you need them to do, and they're not super expensive. So, I mean, what's not to like about them? And they'll hold a good number of different styles without issue. Like I said, I've got sodbusters in here. I've got mini trappers in here. I've got axe handles in there. That might be a little big for something like a toothpick. Something like these toothpicks or the mini trappers or the peanuts, I don't bother with a slip. I toss them in my like fifth pocket, the little fifth jean pocket, the tiny little pocket. I just toss it in there, and usually if I'm carrying a knife in that pocket, that's the only thing in there. I very rarely put anything in that pocket anyway to begin with. So yeah, those will just go right in that little fifth pocket. Oh, the case with the red stitches. Yeah, those actually tend to be a little bit more expensive. So if that's the one that you're saying is like $20, then it doesn't surprise me. I have like maybe a couple of those. I tend to like the brown ones, but I have like maybe a couple of the black with the red stitching. Like this one I keep. This one I have another. This is another Crossroads. This one's a Rich Light Crossroads with G10 liners. Again, love the Crossroads. These are great knives. I can't recommend these Crossroads more. They're some of my favorite ones to carry. But yeah, the black one with the red stitching, herringbone. I don't have too many of those though. I think I have one more black one, and that one also has another. Yeah, that has another Crossroads in it. This one here. This one is a linen. Is it linen micarta or burlap micarta? No, I think it's burlap micarta. Crossroads again, S35V in steel with day glow green G10 liners. Otherwise, like your typical sodbuster, just more modern materials. Awesome knives. I like the fact that they have the more modern S35V in steel. Again, because the way I see it, they're just a little better in regards to the corrosion resistance. So I have a little less worry about like if I take them out and if it's raining out or anything like that. I just don't worry about it anywhere near as much. Do I have a baby butterbean? Ooh. No, I do not have a baby butterbean. The smallest knives I own are like the peanuts or like some of the toothpicks, like this red bone toothpick. Useless? I don't think so. I mean, a knife is a knife, and if you need something to cut, even a baby butterbean, I would think would have some use. It all depends on what you're going to need it for. If it's, I think like knives like this, you know, like this here, the small toothpick, or the tiny trappers or peanuts, you know, whatever you want to call them. I think they're great because simply because you can throw them in like that small pocket of your jeans. And if you need something and you can't, you know, say again, blade restrictions, or somebody else needs a knife, but you don't want to hand somebody your $300 Remet Steed or whatever. You know, you can toss them the much less expensive peanut, and if they're just looking for something to cut. I think they have, you know, any knife would be useful. I don't think they're useless. I carry on my keys, like I've mentioned this before, I have one in my, where's my keys? I keep tossing my keys in different directions and then I forget where I toss them. I heard my keys a moment ago and I don't know where I threw them again. They fell somewhere. Crap, damn it. Funny thing is I was looking at the suckers. On my keys, I have another miniature knife that's just attached to my keychain. There they are. And it's a Higanakami. I've showed this before. This is a Higanakami. Here it is. This is a small knife kept on my keychain, in this leather thing. And this is, I would think this is even smaller than the baby butterbean. I think it is. But this is what was in that little leather case. And it's a Japanese Higanakami. It's essentially a Japanese traditional knife. They're not slip joints. They're just friction folders. It's strictly the friction of the pivot that holds the blade. You open it up using that lever, and then essentially to secure the blade when you're using it, you have your thumb on that lever. That just helps keep it open. I've actually used this quite a bit for opening packages, opening envelopes when I didn't have my other knife handy or anything. I just take this out of the leather thing in my keychain. Incredibly sharp. Perfect for what I need to use it for if I'm opening a package, opening an envelope or whatever, and don't want to tear something open. I think they're great. And I would see something like the Baby Butterbean fitting a similar role. I mean, the way I see it, collect what you want. If you're looking for something for a specific use, then, look for something that has a specific use. But as far as whether a certain knife is useful or not, the only knives that I would consider useless are the ones that weren't made to be used. That weren't made to be used. Like a lot of that, like I said, a lot of the really cheap, I'm going to say gas station knives that will break if you so much as look at them funny. I've had a few of those. And I've seen some really expensive knives that are nothing but literal art pieces. I mean, other than art, some of those knives that I've seen, I can't fathom them being used for anything. They're kind of impractical and insanely expensive. Like, why would you use it even on just opening a box or something? It'd be kind of crazy to do. That's one of the reasons why I stick to knives around the price points that I get. Again, they're easier to replace if something were to happen. They're usually not hard to get. I do like my limited editions and stuff, but and that's a special case. I am trying to stray away from getting exclusive stuff. Or if it's going to be an exclusive thing, then the only other requirement I have when it comes to a knife that I add to my collection is its capability to be used. As like, I'm not going to get a knife that's pretty but can't be used for anything. Worst comes to worst, I will use this if I have to in an emergency or whatever. But I'm not, because it's going to be hard to replace or impossible to replace. But it can still be used. It's not just a pretty piece that would like break if you were trying to put it near a cardboard box. You keep that Vic Rally on your keys for the few tools it has. Yeah, normally I've mentioned, like, I carry a modern knife on me. I carry a traditional knife on me. If I go out, the first thing I do is I'm going to grab a modern knife, and then I'm going to grab one of my, whichever traditional knives, and they each have their specific uses. When it comes to day-to-day opening packages, cutting cordage, opening, whatever, if I'm not in a rush, if it's not an emergency, I pull out my traditional knife, and this does most of the work. Day-to-day stuff. More often than not, I'm using my traditional knives for everything. The modern knives, I still carry a modern knife, but usually when I'm carrying a modern knife, this comes out when either A, I need to be quick, it's an emergency, or B, if one of my hands is occupied. And obviously, because a lot of times your traditional knife, you're going to have to use two hands to open, two hands to close, usually, for the most part. And if I'm holding on to something that I need to cut, I can't let go of it for whatever reason, like, I need to keep it stable, then I'll take my modern knife out, because most modern knives you can manipulate one-handed. use that, and then back in the pocket it goes. Usually my traditionals take up the brunt of the work. And I also have another reason for not, I don't use my modern knives for just usual everyday stuff if I got a traditional with me. Because a lot of times if there is an emergency, then I know that my modern knife is sharp, ready to go. And I don't have to worry about, oh crap, I've been using this all day. Now I've got to say cut a seatbelt and I can't cut butter because I've used it all day and dulled the hell out of it. Probably not going to happen with something like Magnet Cut or some of the more premium seals, but it's just one of those things. So I do like to keep my modern knives as emergency tools, where my traditionals take up the brunt of like every day-to-day tasks. And a lot of times, again, they're easier to maintain. If I'm not in a rush, it doesn't matter if I need two hands or not. They're easier to replace if something, if something breaks, because sod busters aren't terribly expensive. They're easier to get, well, with exception to maybe some certain colors and stuff like that. They're easier to replace, easier to get, and doesn't cost a lot of money. Yeah, I use my traditionals a lot. Probably the one traditional I've used the most that I've been carrying with me has probably been this one here, and it still looks pristine, like I just took it out of the box. This one here, and this is the only limited knife that I carry regularly, is the EDC Squirrel. For reasons, but that's because I bought two of these. I think they limited this to like 600 or 700 made or something like that. So I have one that I keep for display, and then I got another one because I want to be able to carry one around with me and use it. So this is another one that I carry a lot and use this. And then all the Crossroads. I like to carry my Crossroads as well, because Crossroads are just super durable. They're just awesome knives. But these are the ones I tend to carry the most, are the Crossroads, and then like these two sod busters. And then I have a white bone sow belly that I like to carry a lot as well. I like the sow bellies because they feel really good in the hand, and they have multiple blades to them. So a great thing about sow bellies is you have 3 blades, and if one gets dull from overuse, you got 2 other razor sharp knives that razor sharp blades that are ready to go. And you can just wait to clean it up and sharpen later. Where's my sow belly? It's gonna bug me now because I'm talking about my sow belly and I don't know where my sow belly went. There it is. And this is a sow belly. It's kind of like a fat Stockman. A Stockman tends to be a little thinner on the handle. Sow bellies are called sow bellies because they have that, like a sow's belly. But you got 3 blades just like a Stockman. You got your main blade, California clip point. You got a sheep's foot for a secondary. And then for your tertiary or third blade, you have I think they call this a coping blade, I believe. So you got 3 blades in there. So one gets dull, you can still continue to do what you need to do. And they fit really good in the hand because of that curve. I really like the shape of this over the Stockmans. The Stockmans tend to be a little straighter. This one has that belly on this one. Just fits in the hand really nicely. It's just a lot more comfortable when you're holding the sow belly. Probably one of the more comfy patterns that Case makes, in my opinion anyway. But that's another one that I like to carry, and I have that in its own slip. But anyway, it is 5 after 6. Okay, so unfortunately, I am out of time. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Hope you guys had fun watching, chatting, and spending time with me. Oh, Japan's Opinel. Exactly. Japan's Opinel. That's another way to put it. But I love them. There's something about a simple knife that I just really, really enjoy. Unfortunately, I am out of time. I got to go get dinner ready. I got to go return some calls. Somebody's been trying to call me. And just thank you so much for spending time with me. Thank you so much for the conversation and just chilling. And I have tons of fun doing this stuff. I hope you guys have fun. Stick around and watching. Next week, I'll probably I'll still be holding another live. I don't know what I'm going to do for next week, because I know I've been slowing down a lot of my purchasing and stuff like that. I know I still do have some stuff coming in, but we'll go over that, and yeah, I'll think of something. We'll just chat away. Just hoping you'll want to come back and spend more time with me and talk about knives and stuff. But anyway, thanks again for watching. Hopefully more videos on the way throughout the week. And yeah, that's pretty much about it. I got to go get some food ready because I'm hungry. But I don't know if there's anybody... if there's any knife channels streaming, I'm going to take a quick look, because I would love to be able to raid like another knife channel, but I very rarely see another knife channel going, which is kind of disappointing. I see other knife channels hold lives, but they're just never holding a live when I'm running mine. So it's like, oh, I'd love to be able to raid somebody though. Let's see. I'm going to see if there's anybody. If you guys know of anybody, any knife channels currently streaming. I don't see anybody currently streaming. There's like one knife channel I think that streams, but all they do is they sell knives. It's like what do you call that? It's called Cutlery Corner, but it's like QVC on YouTube. You were swearing, some guy swearing that the Peanut was the greatest EDC from Case was on his channel. I'm more of a one of each kind of guy, but I'm trying to trim down. My personal favorites are trappers of all sizes, regular trapper down to tiny trapper. Trappers, Sodbuster Juniors, and sow bellies are my personal favorites. I do like muskrats as well, and other patterns. I just don't get them as often. I will still get them now and then, but I do like the interesting. I do like different styles and stuff like that. So yeah, but I just like all kinds. Trying not to buy too many, otherwise I know I'll fall in that rabbit hole and never come out with any cash whatsoever. Well, who do we have here? Do we have... I thought I saw a knife channel that might be streaming. I don't know if they're a knife channel, though. They look like a knife channel. Loot 10 Techs appears to be a knife channel. I don't even know what they're talking about. Oh, it looks like they're talking knives. Let me see if we can raid them. But thank you guys again so much. I'm going to set up a raid. Give me a moment. And because they're the only ones that I see currently streaming live. So, and this takes me a while. Freaking, they need to make it easier to raid people. They need to make it a lot easier to raid people, because it seems like it takes forever for me. Where's Loot 10's channel? Okay. There we are. And let me see if I can raid him. Sometimes they're not set up to raid. So, and there's not much I can do about that. If they're not set up to raid. And if they're not set up to raid, there's not much, yeah. I don't think I can. Loot. I'm trying to figure. They spell their name weird. Loot-10. Oh, nope, I can't raid them. That bites. You seen that guy Deep South selling? Yeah, I think I've seen Deep South selling. Okay, unfortunately, I can't raid them either, so I don't have anybody to pass anybody on to, so we're just going to end it here. Thank you guys again so much for spending time with me. I know I say thanks a lot, but you guys are what make this super fun. So I can never thank you guys enough. But I got to go out, make some food. So I will catch you guys again in the next video. You guys have a good one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, see you in the next video. Bye, guys. I don't have a closing for this channel because I'm lazy. I'll figure one out. I'm just gonna end this. Bye.